even good if you have off-cycle elections by design. In the US, you have off-cycle elections by design. And so it reduces the pressure and the tension of having to do all the elections all at once, you know. So it's good, right? And so this becomes a test, sort of, for the things, for other elections we are going to do moving forward. So we've seen the way it has taken place in Edo.
Yes.
Then we'll look at it, whether we'll take it a notch higher when we get to Ondo, yes, then to Anambra. So that's the beauty of it. When somebody complained about, I wouldn't want to use the word militarization, maybe over securitization, I'll use that word. It's also reflective of the level of political development. The level of development, all these things have to play. You outgrow them gradually. You remember that long ago we had an INEC chairman, Professor Maurice,
yes,
who proposed the idea of electronics, you know, in order to maintain the fidelity and integrity of our electoral process. A lot of the politicians seem to have written that off. They didn't want that. But gradually we're moving towards it.
Indeed.
Yeah, we had the card reader, then we had the beavers. Mm-hmm. Now the beavers is a real thing, yeah, you know. So if you have to alter results, you better also have control of the beavers. And that's a very difficult thing.
Yes.
You know, so the beavers is a game changer. Hopefully we're moving up forward to something that is higher. If we can, real time, you can check all these things on beavers, then we should get to a point where real time we can determine the results and we do not have to wait for a central collation to make all the noise. Because when you go to a place like US, the states determine all those things. You make the call. It's already out there, and nobody will say that the result is not valid. So
yes,
I think we will get there. But so far, the Edo people have spoken. We have seen it is 11-6 at the moment. 11 local governments won by APC, and 6 won by PDP. That's the way it is, just one more to go.
Indeed. And talking about the election on Saturday, there were some logistical challenges. And somehow the expectation was that that wouldn't be the case because this is just one state in question. And so it was expected that INEC and all other stakeholders involved would deploy all machinery to just ensure that this is as seamless as can be. As a matter of fact, INEC assured about the fact that buses were ready, vans were ready, places where vehicles couldn't get to, they were going to use boats or they were going to use bikes. But election didn't begin in some, accreditation didn't begin in some places until about 8 a.m. I mean, did I say 8 a.m.? 9, 10, or even much later.
Okay, so I was at Oliha Primary School in Oredo, and now that was Iraq. So from there...
Iraq, that's the registration area.
Yes, yes, and that's where the electoral officers were going to converge with their materials and then disperse to some of the wards and some of the polling units where they are supposed to conduct the polling. Now, the problem with that is also a voting center. Now, while they are there in the rack, you cannot allow people to come in to vote because of the crowd. So they all have to first move out before voting could start.
Yes.
And now most of them did not move out until maybe like to 9 or thereabout. Before the gates were open. And so the gate was open at Oliha Primary School, say, by 9:12 on the dot, because I was there to see the opening. And it was like, you know, a tap was opened and the waters, people were already waiting outside to vote,
yes,
you know, and all of that. Now, we had envisaged that there was going to be that sort of challenge probably towards the north. Probably towards, because the bad road there, I mean, and all of that. But these are things INEC should have envisaged, and they said they did, but how it happened late, they might give themselves a pass mark,
okay,
in the sense that, okay, 1 hour difference, 2 hour difference, maybe not up to 1 p.m.,
okay,
but I think that they could do better than that. But the way to compensate for that most times is that they say, okay, you were supposed to start at 8:30 officially, you started at 10 o'clock, so we'll give you that time, we'll give you that 1 hour, 30 minutes more to keep voting. And that's the way INEC has always handled this.
But then it would also mean that you need to have been on the queue by 2:30 when voting should have closed officially for you to be allowed to eventually, you know, perform that exercise.
Exactly. I mean, people who came to the polling unit to vote at 8:30 and the materials aren't there will be there. And when the materials come, they would vote. They will be allowed to vote. Now, there was also this scenario where, okay, when it was time for the vehicles to move out with the materials,
yes,
then the ad hoc staff had to insist that they have not been paid their allowance as agreed. Now, that's a problem. Now, INEC had already made provision for all of those things, and somebody was responsible for that.
What?
And so the RA supervisor whom I was with had to call the person who was responsible for that. I mean, he was not the one handling it, but he is the one who organizes everything, who plans the logistics. He's the overall boss, but he's not the one who handles the finance. He had to insist. He had to call the particular lady in charge and say, look, this is the agreement, settle them. Because the deadline is sacrosanct. They have to be at their polling unit at that time, and voting has to start at that time. That's important, you know. So until that was resolved, the electoral officers did not step out, you know. They did not go anywhere. That is the agreement. So settle them. So you won't want to have a situation where, oh, the voting ends and everybody's running after somebody here and there. It shouldn't happen. Okay, it shouldn't happen. So I think that the Edo people generally have spoken. The permutation was that, well, the two candidates from APC and PDP were from Central.
Yes.
The candidate of Labour was from the South.
Yes.
There seemed to be a general consensus amongst Edo people that it is the turn of Edo Central.
Unwritten, but somehow known.
Well, it's those things in politics. I mean, you go to Cross River. Cross River, that was not traditionally an APC state, became an APC state because APC honored agreement. Because power had to go back to Cross River South. You understand? Yeah. So we have a situation where the people have agreed that, okay, you've had Edo South, you've had Edo North, so power should go to Edo Central, so that the people will have a sense of belonging. They don't feel marginalized. And that's why PDP presented someone from Central, APC presented someone from Central. Maybe Labour Party would have had a jolly good ride, considering what they did at the presidential elections last year in Edo State. They swept Edo State. Maybe they would have done the same if they had presented a candidate from Central.
Indeed. And, some of these things are really unwritten, but it just appears to be a gentleman's agreement. You just know within yourself, oh, it was a turn 4 years ago. It was a turn 16 years ago. Now it has to be our turn here. But, of course, the results are rolling in. Our correspondents have been bringing us all of the updates, and we've been hearing also about the observations being made by some of, the party agents about their disaffection with, some of the results as being collated. But we are waiting results from, do you call it the biggest now by number of registered voters? Really, with over 400,000 registered voters. But I had great expectations about Oredo. Oredo had 356,242 registered voters. Just imagine how many people came out to vote. 64,802.
Oredo is first the heart of Edo State and the heart of Benin City. And don't forget, that invariably means that it was the heart, it's still the heart of the great Benin Empire, as it were. And that's where you have the Ring Road, that's where you have the Oba's Palace, that's where and it was fascinating. And when I got to Ring Road, where it seems that all of the big roads and the small roads coming from anywhere in Edo State, they all meet there. And I just wondered all the things I read in history about the great Benin Kingdom, and I'm like, okay, this is an empire with great plans. Even as old as they were then, they had probably envisioned all of this and created it like this. And so in an independent Nigeria, it seems they have maintained those road structure and everything. Now, the thing about what happened here was that the elections, I spoke with a particular very informed voter who voted at the forestry end. There's this set of polling units at along Forestry Road, very close to Ring Road as well. And he said, oh, this is not the way we vote. We usually vote more than this. So the turnout is a bit low, you know. That is the real challenge, that the people didn't come out. And I still think it's because of the rain.
The rain. I
still think it's because of the rain. Because the people I saw at the polling unit before the rain came, first I was asking myself, oh my goodness, is this how these people vote here? You know, only for the rain to come and everybody was running, you know, everybody wanted to just get a... Even the Labour Party candidate had to, when he came, they had to help him with an umbrella, you know, and all that. And people were struggling to stay. And some people probably felt, oh, how am I, what is in it? You know that
apathy.
That apathy and all of that. But if the rain had not come, maybe we would have been saying something different. That's just the thing. But I also think that the mobilization team, the voter mobilization team of the Independent National Electoral Commission will have to do a bit more. You don't just leave this to the political parties alone. Because you see, the narrative, the superstructure narrative that you create about the elections are important for the parties to take a cue. If you leave mobilization to the parties alone, the problem is they are partisan. They will take the narratives from their own angle. And one of the ways to diffuse tension towards election is that the mobilization team of INEC, the mobilization department of INEC, has to be in the forefront of creating the narrative, of mobilizing voters to show up at polling units so that they will understand what it means. And this is, once the superstructure is created about narratives, you can then engineer perceptions. But what we have is that most of this thing about mobilization is left to the political parties, who should be canvassing, naturally, for voters to cast ballots for them so that they can win the elections. But you see, it's the civic responsibility first of INEC to ensure that votes are what do you call, are sacred. And that they are not only sacred, but that the turnout is also high. Now, these things also help with the fidelity of the votes and the integrity of the process. Once people come out to vote, then the issue of manipulations can also actually come down. But thank God for technology that is making it a bit easier to be able to check that. But people need to be a bit more interested, and I think that it is the responsibility of the agency like INEC, the NOA, the Ministry of Information,
to work together
to create that sort of feeling that will make people come up. People need to understand that they have a stake, okay, whether in their local governments, in their councils, in their states, and in the country.
Yeah, so that would, to some extent, or should to some extent, address the issue of apathy. But if we talk about the weather again, and this continues as off-cycle election as it's been, it means that in the next 4 years, it will still be rainy season, and most likely we'll have a situation like we did on Saturday again.
So maybe INEC then should look ahead and project the effect of rain. Maybe canopies should be provided now, more canopies, a lot more canopies for voters. Maybe venues for elections need to be reconsidered. Now, when we were at Oliha Primary School, there was this situation where the electoral officers had positioned at one of the corridors for people to come cast the ballot. Okay. Then suddenly, one of the security agents woke up after the electoral officers had pasted the names and the particulars of those who vote in that particular unit. Yes. And then she said, no, she was complaining about the positioning of the tables, the boxes, and where the electoral officers are supposed to be. Now, and when she said that, we found out that there was going to be a little problem about that. We found out there was going to be a little problem about that. And that was that she should have been there when they were setting up. The security agent should have been there when they were setting up, where they were going to cast the votes, where they were going. Because when you rearrange this, it was going to have a negative effect on the process itself, because you are not supposed to check for your name, pass by the ballot box, then go to the electoral officers to verify and to get accredited. No, it should not happen. It should be that you check your name. It should be that you check your name on the poster, then come to the electoral officers for accreditation, for verification that you were there, and then you get accredited. Then you get the particulars, the ballot papers. You go to where you are going to do the thumb printing, and then you go to where the ballot box is, and you throw it in. So they were trying to rearrange it in such a way that, oh, okay, you will not go through that process. And we knew that there was going to be a problem. You're going to have crowd of people checking out their names, and they're very close to the ballot box. No, it shouldn't happen.
So does it mean that the ad hoc staff who were involved also were probably not as enlightened, as educated as regards how this should actually be?
Now, we have a problem of application. At one of the polling units, when it was time for sorting and counting, the protocol would always be that once the sorting is done and you are going to announce the results, one of the first things you have to do is, of course, you announce your name. You announce your position.
Yes.
Then you call out the figures. Simple. You call out the figures. Oh, APC, this number.
Yes.
PDP, this number. LP, this number. NNPP, this number.
All the parties.
And then you tally and you announce you have found the result. Some of them, we have to start telling them there.
So there's something
it's
wrong
It's not just enough for you, PDP, this number. But no, you have found the result to the hearing of everyone, and then they will say they are satisfied. The agents will say they are satisfied, then they will sign. So we have to start telling them the protocol. You must observe the protocol. It's a declaration. You must declare the result.
Because you are the face of INEC at that polling unit.
And at this point, when we were recording this, because it's also important for TV, when you say, oh, you cannot announce results on TV. But this is the INEC presiding officer announcing the result in that unit.
Yes.
We can't put it on air because he's authorized to announce result in that word. He's not declaring the winner of the elections. Yes. He is actually saying, oh, in this polling unit, Ward 6, polling unit 12, this is the result. He declares it. I have it on tape. I play it on TV. It is not something I went to manufacture. He is authorized by law to announce it.
Yes.
You know? So the thing is, I think that they now have to, there has to be the synergy. People shouldn't have to do their own things. Now, the problem the electoral officers in that particular primary school had was that they were not security agents. What the security agents saw was security. Yeah. Because the part of the school, the part of the corridor they were, was a dark spot.
And anything
it was a blind spot, exactly. So she didn't want the ballot box to be close to the blind spot. Okay. But I thought that if she had been there when they were setting up from the beginning, she was in the complex. She took her own position where she should be. It was when they had finished setting up, she looked at it and said, no, it shouldn't have been that. But they had already pasted the names on the board. They couldn't transfer. It would mean that, okay, the ballot box will now be where people will be looking at their names which is not ideal. Anybody could come there and take the ballot box. Now, there was a scenario when we got to Itoha Girls Grammar School, and when the sorting had started and the counting, somebody just walked up to the lady counting and tried to grab the ballot paper.
Do people still do this in this age and time?
And the funny thing was, he grabbed the ballot papers. The lady resisted. The ad hoc staff actually resisted. She stood. She did not allow, the presiding officer rather, she did not allow him to take it away. But I guess his goal was to roughen that, maybe to tear it, to invalidate the paper. And all that. She was able to withstand him. And then the guy didn't run away. He just stood there, probably confused or something, until the security agents came. You know, they were wondering, so they took him away. You know, we also had that on tape. But the thing was that when the results now came, when it was time to now, count those papers, and the lady was like, look, this is rough. We shouldn't, all the agents, all the party agents, they agree that it is valid. And it is not torn.
Yeah.
It is not torn. It is not, the thumb printing was not in order. So that it's valid. Just stretch it, iron it out, and all the papers were valid, and it was presented. So you saw a situation where, and I wondered, so is this the same people leading up to the election that they said there was violence all over the place? Why this election, they were not fighting themselves. They were not making issues. Some of them were even greeting each other. In fact, when the result was announced in, I think, polling unit 4 in Ward 6, at Yaro.
Yes.
Immediately the result was announced, all the other agents came and they shook hands with the other agents. You be man. You delivered,
Yes.
and all that. I'm like, okay, so
that should be the brotherliness.
What's the tension all about? There was nothing. I don't understand. But I think that Edo people had a consensus about where power should go.
Which was Edo Central, or which is Edo Central. Yeah. Well, I also have with me here in the studio Executive Editor, TVC News, Kayode Lade. It's good to have you here with me.
I want to say well done to Solomon. It's been an interesting exercise. And, I went to school in Uniben, so awesome. Each time when we tell people that Edo people are not violent, it appears, we are actually overstating it. But whichever way, I think it's about the tension, it's about what it is. What the observers had said should not be dismissed. Those are reasons why people should actually take precautions. But overall, I think it's been a good exercise. It's expected. Whenever you have a king contest, it's just like football. When you defeat someone with 5 goals to 0, you're not likely to see any protest. You're likely to see people even exchanging jerseys, even taking pictures. You recall that, but when you have a steep contest, 1-1, 2-1, maybe a slight win, there's definitely likely to be some people crying foul. But whichever way the pendulum swings, it's just unfortunate that people will always cry foul. But let's hope that at the end of the day, the loser, or let me say the first runner-up, will embrace the winner, because that's the spirit.
And, usually would hear, I'm extending the olive branch to all those who contested against me, join my administration, bring ideas, and let's grow Edo together. Exactly. Isn't that the line?
Exactly. Right. But when you look at the drama that is playing up at the Coalition Center, when we hear, do not Urubebelize us, or do not dinomelaye us, and all those kind of things. Solomon has been covering election, likewise but we are not surprised. It is expected, but we are surprised that agents seem not to follow the rules. It is a collation of results. The man that is collating the results is not the one that conducted the exercise. He is putting these figures together. So whatever you were stating, whatever you were presenting, that place is not the right place to do it. It's going to go to the tribunal. I understand the fact that, people might raise the flag that, what IREV is showing, that's a valid point. You understand?
Yes.
But I feel it is more of public perception. It is more of media show off, or people to know that I didn't keep quiet. I tried my best to do all those things. But I'm yet to see anyone saying that, I think the figure that was given to my party is
higher than
expected. What I expected.
Or it's lower than.
Or it's lower. No, they can complain that it is lower.
Well, the thing is this. Every party agent at every polling unit signs.
But there was a point this gentleman raised, one of the party agents, that his party agent was not allowed into the hall where the result was finally collated. And there's a signature there of his party agent. Meanwhile, the gentleman is believed to still be outside.
Well, the question is, that is his own word. It has to be verified. And there has to be a process to prove that. It's natural when in elections like this, people will say those things. So it's your word against mine. So somebody walked up to me at one of the polling units and was talking about vote buying. And then I allowed her to finish, and then I asked her, so you are talking to me on camera about vote buying, and I should put you on air. that somebody was buying vote. Okay, please, could you just present me something that shows, that there was vote buying? Maybe you secretly recorded it or something and all that. And you be very, very careful. Even an honorable, a very highly placed honorable, came to make the same allegation. I was just looking at them and wondering, if you couldn't get the evidence, if you couldn't get these things, people were arrested because there was evidence in some places. So it's not sufficient for you to come on TV to make, general allegations when you do not have a proof. Because people will do these things under the radar, whether it's before elections or during elections. You have to prove it beyond doubt. Now, the point here is that elections are perceptions. They are opinions about people's perceptions. And there are lots of factors that come into play here. This election is local. You need street credibility, and you need the support of what we call the political tribe. People often think it's this Arsenal, Man City, Chelsea thing, the emotions. Oh, emotions, once somebody will say it was rigged. Those of us who cover elections, we know when things are wrong. We also know when things are right. So there are things that come to play together that creates the outcome. So if the political tribe leaders are with you, you will always win elections. Because the political tribe leaders are some of the biggest influencers in elections. It's not, if the political tribe leader in Ketu, for instance, is not with you, then you must have a political tribe leader alternative to that political tribe leader, and he must also have as much as the same level of influence to be able to get people to say, this is where we are going, this is who we are going to do. Every election day, let me tell you, in case you do not know, and a lot of people, those of you who are too educated, you don't pay attention. You don't pay attention when you see those people who are not too educated, when they make their moves during elections. You see the old men, the not too educated people. There is always somebody, maybe that young boy in your area that you think he's useless. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's the one who is telling them, Ibitan Lori, this is where we are going. This is where, this is where, and they'll ask him, Karim, what are we doing? They will always, before they go to vote, because there is somebody who is telling them where to go, and they believe in that person.
And it's whatever he or she says.
They believe, they just follow. And in every locality, you have people like that. They will tell you before elections come, they will come and ask you, please break it down for us. Tell us, why should we? Where should we go? Where do we go? And there are people they are beholden to who tell them. It's called sphere of influence. In political science, we call it political tribalism. Political tribalism is the creation of garrisons. For instance, in those days, you might say that Babade Dibu will not contest elections. He does not need to contest elections. But on a clean note, there are people, when he says, this is where we are going to, this is the person we are supporting, all his boys will follow. They are loyal to him. And he doesn't need to be violent about it.
All right.
Because they listen. So you go to Mushi, for instance, you have Gos and Baba Lado and all those boys. You have the Ganiu Solomon family. You go to Ikorodu, you have the Ogunlewes. You go to maybe Abule Oja, Akoka area. You have people like Anthony Adefuye, and you have people like the Williams family and all that. And they have followers. There are people who follow them, who listen to them.
More like a cult-like followership.
Exactly.
So those categories of people should also not be discounted now because they carry a whole lot of weight. Okay, we've spoken about voter turnout with you, Solomon. Let me bring in Coyote to react to this. You were observing from a distance in Lagos and, doing all of the collation. It's bewildering, the level of apathy experienced witnessed in this election. Before the election, Yaga Africa had actually suggested there would be about 22.5%. As it is, perhaps in some local government areas, it wasn't even up to 22.5, that was experienced. Solomon has spoken about the fact that the rain could have played, a major role in reducing the number of people who turned out for that election. What do you say about it?
I don't want to sound like a broken record because I can't remember when this particular topic was not a major issue. But I would like to just differ a bit. I see this as, what more do you want INEC to do? What more do you want politicians to do? If you do not believe in the system, if you believe that there is no direct impact on my daily life. There's nothing more I can do about it. However, I think there's something we're overlooking, and that's the way we have come to use electronic device to monitor the accreditation. From the time we started the card reader, now we're dealing with beavers, and we're dealing with some level of technological advancement. I'm sorry to say, I've been monitoring election even before 1999. Though I was quite young in 1993 when we're doing the option A4. There have always been heavy, addition of strange numbers to these numbers. So, but now we are having technology to really, monitor and police the right figure. Because when we are looking at this 22, 25, 27 is abysmally low. I'm not disputing that. But it has been the true reflection, or something close to true reflection, because we never said it's absolutely credible. We will say free and fair. That has been the word. But I see more of, now we are having the actual figure. I'm sorry I have to mention him. The days of Ephraim, what's that guy in 1999, the INEC chair then? We are seeing all kinds of names. We are seeing Jackson. We are seeing all kinds, and the voter register that cannot be said to be credible. There is a similarness of credibility in what we have now. So when you are dealing with 22, you are dealing with 25, most times it's usually 35 to 40%. It's too low. But I think we should get to that level where journalists can vote, police officers can vote, every stakeholder has a stake in the whole thing. We all go to the same market, we all do the same thing. So let's make it fully electronic to have these people add to the number. Because that I'm a journalist does not mean I don't have voter's card.
Indeed.
That I'm a journalist doesn't mean I'm not in the voter register. So when you are deducting the percentage of people that are not involved in this election, some of them are victims of circumstances. Because I will be covering an election on that day, I'll be far away from my polling unit, so I'm part of this number. So if we want the numbers to increase, if we want the number to improve, let's also allow willing, eligible voters to also be part of the system. Maybe we can jump to 45 or 50. But however, let's get to that level. The last US election, we're recording up to 70 to 80%, voter turnout. It therefore means that beyond the rhetoric, beyond the cry, beyond the appeal that people should take part, let those of us who also know the power of our thumbs, be allowed to vote.
Indeed, and people are actually willing. These stakeholders are willing, but then the job just ties you down somehow, and you're unable to.
If I'm going to add to that,
yes.
He said, so what more will the parties do? What more will INEC do? Well, I guess more publicity, more awareness, but the parties actually have a huge role to play. Performance, deliver for the people. Once the winning party delivers for the people, then the people will understand why they have to vote to decide who rules them. If they do not get good governance, they'll probably feel it's all same of the same. I remember that I went to Edo, and when Adams Oshiomhole was governor, I had gone to Edo just before he became governor, and I saw the road. By the time he took over, I returned again some years later, and I missed my road. I didn't understand. I said, I went to the airport road. I said, this road wasn't like, it wasn't paved. It wasn't, it wasn't this dualized. It wasn't. So I didn't know where to go, where to turn to. I had to take my time. That was something. People saw what Adams did. Adams had to pull the brakes when the recession set in, and all of that. So when people see performance,
that's true.
When people see performance, people then will know that they have to vote. People then will know that they have to come, we have to decide who rules us and all of that. So I think that the political parties need to deliver for the people. What INEC has to do is to ensure the integrity, the fidelity of the process. Once it's free and fair, as he said. Yeah. I always think that in all of this, because it's the science of human behavior, the margin of error will have this margin of error. But there is a minimum threshold that we could talk about. But with the inclusion of technology, we can absolutely reduce or even wipe out that margin of error, because now you can know who voted. So I was in Abia, for instance, and then we had a local government where 157,000 people were registered voters. And then on election, only 27,000 voted. And then that is the only thing you can prove, because you had beavers.
That's true.
So even if it got to a point, the winning party was like, okay, we've won in this, why are they delaying us? Why are they keeping the election? Okay, if they want to Bingwa, give them the entire Bingwa. We know how many people voted. There is 27,000. We will still have won the elections. You know, that is the power of this technology. And we need to keep inventing. So once they know that the votes will count, people will come out and vote. And INEC has that responsibility to make sure that these votes continually count. Don't forget that Yaga Africa talked about, the tests of this election to be measured on 3 grounds. Whether the people are resilient enough to keep insisting on even the lowest benchmark, okay, that their votes will count. Whether the security agents will be neutral. And I must confess to you that I think that as we move on, the security forces are becoming more and more professional, especially in the election duties. The way the military is relating. Okay, you might say you had so many soldiers, but this is the hallmark of our election at this moment, which reflects our level of development. But the truth of the matter is that they've been safeguarding the elections. Even all of the parties actually agreed. Imagine Labour Party saying, no, don't be afraid of the security agents. It is because of you that they are here to protect it. And they have done a very good job so far.
All right. So let's bring some live pictures from Benin City, the collation center, the State Collation Center, where results are actually being gotten from all local government areas. 17 local government areas. Results from there have been taken so far. We are only waiting for Ikpoba or there. Those are the officials sitting patiently awaiting results from that local government, which has the largest and highest number of registered voters, more than 400,000 people. Wait to see what the outcome would be, and that would be the very finale that would then lead to the announcement of who the winner of this election is. Whoever takes over the Osadebe House has their role cut out for them, Kayode. I know that all our reporters who were on the field had a major complaint about road. And it was a major logistical challenge for electoral staff, to get to the locations where they should carry out their roles. And I just think that there is really a lot that needs to be done for Edo people to benefit.
I think we should put it within context in case Solomon has more to add. I think some of the roads they complain about are those roads that link them to another town, more of some of this federal road. But ideally, was talking about some kind of transformation that had happened in Edo State. Even the Oshomole haters will tell you that he performed very well while he was the governor. I was there then when I think one of the things that made him to become more like a reference point in terms of performance, especially when it has to do with roads, is because of his predecessors. They were actually, to be modest, they were nowhere to be found in terms of performance. When he came, back then in Uniben, the water will almost get to almost your head when it rained. It's always a terrible situation. Now, when you start having nice drainages and you're seeing good road, I actually got lost too when I came back after then to see the things that we have. So ideally, I think the roads are not so bad, relatively. That's the point I want to make, except things have gone worse than I knew. So, but when it comes to linking Benin to Esakor, when our reporter was talking about, definitely she has to share experience and quite some other places. But beyond that, I just feel that INEC made provision even for the water. They provided gumboats. They tried to move ahead of time. The sensitive materials moved, I think, a day before to different local government racks so that they can have these materials being distributed ahead of time. Just few places where they had delay and they requested for extension, and they had that. So, but then we must get to that level where 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock, 8:30 is 8:30, and we see people join the queues, exercise their franchise. You know, we are moved from you do accreditation, you come back at 12, and you vote. But now it's simultaneous, and it's getting the process faster. Gone are those days. By this time, we'll just be having maybe less than half of all the local governments arriving at the collation center. But from the look of things, if or whatever is causing the delay is resolved, results should be out in the next few minutes that we are talking about. So I'm not one of those people who say INEC has not improved. I think they've improved significantly. Maybe it's a function of individuals, maybe it's a function of money. But we also know that there are definitely bad eggs in the system. There are those who are compromising the system. There are those who are bowing to the pressure or some kind of inducement from politicians. But by and large, we should give it all the necessary support and believe in the system. Let us understand that there must be a winner and there must be the first runner-up.
Indeed. We need to embrace that sportsmanship. It's very important.
Politics is actually a sport. Yes, you want someone to win.
Sporting solo.
No, politics is a sport. It's a contest. Okay. At some point, you know, I was reporting and I called it a tournament. It's actually a tournament. Somebody has to win. I mean, you score more goals, then you win. You know, what has happened here is that so far, a particular party is scoring more goals, and they look like coasting home to victory. We'll wait for the referee to announce. Well, this referee does not just officiate the game. Yeah. This referee announces the winner, you know, and all of that. So we'll wait for that announcement. But, you know, talking about the road, actually, the sticking points in all of the road problem, in all of the logistical challenges in Edo is the Benin-Auchi road. I mean, it's almost been there for eternity, you know, like no one is fixing it. When Adams was in charge, there seemed to have been some works going on there. Then suddenly after Adams left, it seems the whole thing was left. Maybe he was going to fix it, you know, with state funds, and then hope that the federal government was going to, you know, reimburse the state. But then that never happened. But, you know, he did fantastic things. You know, I go to Okpekpe almost every year, yeah. And there was no road leading to Okpekpe from the place where Adams created that road. He literally had to blast through mountains, blast through hills to create a road into Okpekpe. And today, to enter into Okpekpe looks like one tourist attraction because it's a village, or a town, I will call it, on the top of a cliff. So you can actually take a look at the whole of the place, the whole of that area from Okpekpe, you know, from the cliff and all of that. So it's such a beautiful place. And if he had not done that with state funds, you probably wouldn't have been able to see that and appreciate it. So the Benin-Auchi road has been a major point. And so most of the vehicles, instead of going straight, a journey sometimes that should be maybe 2 hours or so, will probably take them 5 to 8 hours because that portion where the road is bad is awful. It's dangerous, it's awful, it's not good for your car, it's not good for you. And so they have to try to look for alternative route. And the problem with the alternative route is that by the time vehicles keep pressing and the pressure on those roads, those alternative roads are inner town roads that cannot withstand the kind of pressure that the highway is designed to withstand and all of that. And so we have to do something about that. I think that's a major problem on its own. Let's see. Let's hope that whoever wins will deliver for the Edo people the kind of things that the Edo people have always wanted. One thing I can draw out from here is what an Edo man told me. He said, we believe in fairness and equity. And it is fair and it is equitable that power should go to Central. And it seems power is going to the Central. Now, the permutations, some people were scared. Some of the parties were scared and they were doing analysis. And I said, okay, so the two big candidates from Central were going to share Central. Now, it will be the difference between one who is street credible and one who is not street credible. Because politics is about street credibility. You may speak all the English, you may do everything, and you are not as street credible as Baba Adidibu, you will not win elections. I mean, that's a fact. you will not win elections, you know. So you go to Molete, you must eat amala. And you know, you will appreciate eating the amala because you are not coerced to eat the amala. It is the entertainment
But Solomon, you can be street credible and you can also be intellectually credible too.
I agree. No.
You know, because why I'm trying to jump in is to, you know, to also look at the fact that we've had people who can combine the two.
I agree.
And that street credibility, sometimes we should also be very, very careful to define it. That exactly. Beautiful.
And he's educated.
Beautiful.
And the people wanted it.
Beautiful. So I love that example. So we need that street credibility not to be some kind of supporter of thuggery, some kind of supporter of, I'm not referring to anybody, because you can eat corn on the road, and we see you eat corn when it's time for election, and you're doing your campaign. We need that street credibility to mean that you know what people go through.
Yeah.
You may have been born with a silver spoon, but how realistic, how do you relate with the people down lines, you know? So it's important that we also emphasize that, you know. However, this is a very stiff contest. It could have been, or it will be, either of the, you know, the two major candidates, just to put it clearly. Because trust me, Solomon would have also given you some of those factors that made one to win and the other one to lose. So whatever the factors, no, I'm saying that you know we always bring him back. I'm just saying that whatever plays out is a function of, you know, so many factors. Sometimes you are not even street credible, but like you call them, the political tribe leaders who will do the job for you, who will go to the street, who will do door to door, who will speak the native language, even when you cannot speak it. Because we will not, I think we will get to that level where how you even win debate will count.
Yeah.
You know, how you will even articulate your plans will count. We'll get to that level because personally, I'm very sensitive to such things. I want our leaders to speak at international gathering and we can say, that's my leader. You know, but his oratory is not enough. We need to also see you act what you say.
But you also know that that leader, but do you know also that leader could choose to just want to represent the soil, could just want to be, okay, I'm Yoruba, I just want to speak Yoruba and get an interpreter. The same way the Chinese, for instance, though they can speak English, or even the Israel, for instance, they very much understand English, but they get there.
Well, you sure you guys speak Yoruba better than those many of us.
So he could just choose to go to a gathering and he just wants to speak in Yoruba, and then let whoever.
So let me give you an
get
example.
An interpreter.
So as a student, you know, so we used to visit Mushin local government when Ganiu Solomon was chairman of Mushin local government, and then you never factored in that, okay, who is this guy, you know? And the reason we were visiting him, that was when I got to find out that he actually graduated from UNILAG. Okay. You know, so as an alumnus, so we go to visit him to say hi and all of that from the Students' Union back then. And then for a long time too, we didn't hear him so much. He was controlling things at the very grassroots level. So he'll have to speak the grassroots language. He has to speak at the level of the people because the people he gets to meet with all the time, he has to speak in Yoruba. He has to meet market women. I mean, it's local government. You have to. So it sounded as if he's just one of them. And so when he was going to become senator, people were like, who is this? But they didn't know that. Man, this is a competent guy. It's just that he's used to speaking with his people at that grassroots. So it seemed as if, oh, he's
posh.
He did not look posh. But Ganiu Solomon had posh in him in the first place. So the same thing happened with the late Bayo Shinowo. The late Bayo Shinowo, and people will say, oh, the late Bayo Shinowo, that one, he could not speak English. One day, when they now went to interview him, and I'm a communication professional, and I can analyze your level of competence by the vocabulary. Your word power is an important reflector of your character. And so he spoke, and I told somebody, I said, but they used to say that this guy is not this, is not this. I said, no, the language the guy is using is deep. Those words are deep. He's not speaking them very fast, extempore, because he's a grassroots man. He's a grassroots mobilizer. He sits down with the market women. He tells them where to go. He tells them political direction. He leads people. Because the vast majority of the people who make votes happen are not your elite. Your educated people are in the minority. You are the swing voters. The real people who vote know where they are and where they stand. You may campaign against this party, campaign against, but say, oh, this party is not doing this. But the people who are with them are actually with them because they feel that they are stakeholders, that this is our party. So it's the same way where you go to the US, you have Republicans. There are people who are Republicans who will never vote Democrats because there are things that are involved. And there are people who are Democrats who will never follow Republicans. But there are people who can stand in between, who are even call Republicans, call them, and some, like you are having right now, where people are switching sides. So you have the Cheney family who will not support. No, they will not support. They are Republicans. They are called Republicans. But they say, no, there's a problem with this guy. And now you now have people like Liz Tulsi Gabbard. You have people like RFK. You know, the RFK family is Democrat. And then they are saying, no, we are lining up with the GOP, even though they are not GOP members. So you have people who swing like that. But the vast majority of people are, you know, with the parties that they stay with. So, but street credibility is an important aspect because if you are snobbish, you speak all the English and you have all the competence, you have all the experience, you have all the qualification, is it material when you don't feel what the people feel? Is it material when you are not humane? Is it material when you cannot connect with the people? There was a particular scenario where there was a political gathering and then a governor was sitting and then another political leader was sitting beside him. And then people came from different local governments and all of that. And guess what happened? So they greeted the governor, passed in front of the governor, and went to greet the political leader. And guess what? The things that the governor did not even know. And the political leader will go, people who have come from far-flung places. Iya Risika, how are you? How is Risika? You said this child has not gone to school. Okay, what of that school matter? As in details about the things that affect their family. And you'll be so shocked that they remember. They mention you to the home. They know everybody that is related to you. There's a governor like that. I never really liked that particular governor. But, you know, when I found out some things about, I mean, he deals with you in person. He relates with you in person. He does not forget. So people who connect with their people are very important in politics. You may say politics is all of it. People just want to, you know, flesh their, you know, feather their nests and all of that. But you see, the utility of power is what makes politics interesting. That's what makes it sweet. That you need power to influence change, to affect people's lives. You cannot win if you do not play the politics right.
So the politics need to be played and played right. Collation is still ongoing there at the Edo State Collation Center in Benin City. We're expecting results from the last local government area, Ikoba Oha. Already, results have been taken from 17 local government areas, from Egwebe to Esan West, Owa West, Nwode, Ovia Northeast, Esan Southeast. They go Akoko Edo, Esan Central, Esan Northeast, Ovia Southwest, Orionwo, Owa East, Esako East, Esako Central, Esako West, and the 17th that was taken was Oredo. Now, it's the Ikoba Oha turn. We're waiting for the officers to arrive from that local government area. It's a patient wait. It's a vigil. We do not know how soon they would arrive. But as Uche Okoro, our correspondent, mentioned earlier that, well, the vigil is worth it. We're waiting to see because Edo people want to know who will be taking over the Osadebe house and who they will now be expecting to take over from where Gordon Obaseki would be stopping. Kayode. You know,
one of the important reasons why we should be very patient about the final result is the fact that some important part of the electoral laws need to be understood, especially by those people who read results from the social media and they go into celebration mood, is the fact that until that statement is made, that having satisfied, you know, having scored the majority vote and also having 25% of the two-thirds spread, it applies not only in presidential election, it also applies in governorship election. So out of this 18 local governments, you must be able to have 25% vote in, what's the two-thirds of, I'm not very good with maths, of 18 local governments. So it should be around 12 or 13 and a half or thereabout. So you must have results. You remember the story of Awolowo and Shagari in 1979. So that makes it very, very important. But in this case, we know that the two leading candidates have already fulfilled these two criteria. Now, the other one that is very important in the Electoral Act, I'm talking about the fact that they've already fulfilled the idea of 25% spread into third. So what we're waiting for is the majority vote. So even if you win by 1 vote, you become the winner. Yeah. But the other part that is also very important is the rejected vote, the cancelled vote. It must not surpass the margin of lead between the winner and the first runner-up. So people are got to be patient. You might be looking at the scores this way, and you might say, oh, this one has won, this one has not won, depending on where you are calculating from. Even if you are calculating from your situation room, you need to wait for that aspect to be fulfilled. So if you're very meticulous and you're interested in how this result is calculated, bring out your calculator. As INEC is doing this, you're also imputing your figures to be sure that the rejected votes, which a lot of people are not taking record of, should not exceed the margin of lead. Otherwise, there's going to be a rerun. The election is going to be declared inconclusive. So I'm just saying that let us wait for INEC to make that pronouncement before we hit the street, before we celebrate. And in your celebration, be modest, be sportsmanly, be gentlemanly. It's important that it is a game. And I like that statement. It is a game. Though game can be very painful. Like I didn't like the way...
Just the way Man City could not beat Arsenal.
And just the way Man City was able to score draw. But what is important...
Man City started out...
I must say, don't mind sporting solo. What I'm even saying is the fact that... I was actually referring to, just like many of us felt the blows, that Anthony Joshua received yesterday. But then, Anthony Joshua had to stay with the referee and allow the winner's hand to be pulled up. You understand? Because that was actually a clear win,
Yes,
So, but I'm just saying that let's take it easy. Let's follow the Electoral Act. Just like in America, some of us were looking at the votes and we thought Hillary has won the day. And there is something they call Electoral College in the United States. And if you don't have that spread and you have, I think, about 270, 270, you are not yet a winner. So please, these things are deliberate. The framers of the Constitution are very, very deliberate about it. How do you become a governor of a state when you are not able to score at least 25% in 13 and a half local governments out of 18? Then you're going to be a one-sided governor, you're going to be a regional governor, you're going to be a tribal governor rather than being a governor. So I think it's an aspect of the Constitution that I don't want anybody to tamper with. Right. It's something very, very, it makes a lot of sense to me.
It's representative.
Yeah, exactly.
It's representative. I mean, if a winner must be representative of the people. It's about ruling the people. And it's not just in governance, it's not just in politics. You cannot make extrapolations when it is below a particular threshold. You cannot generalize. So what we have done is that it has met a particular threshold where we can generalize and say, this man is the ruler of this place and its realms, as it were, So that is exactly what the umpire is going to do, to declare that, oh, this man is the winner and the ruler of this kingdom and its entire realm. And the realm, the remaining 1/3 or so of that realm is still under, even if he did not get enough votes in those places, because the one within the 2/3, which is part of the entire realm, is significant enough for him to claim sovereignty over that territory. So,
sorry, Solomon, just to, I said I don't forget, I told you I'm not very good with math. So the 2/3 of 18 is 12.
12.
Thank you.
6 times 2.
So
times 3
you got it. You were just increasing the...
Well, he
so
had
12 is the figure. So, pardon me, my mathematics teacher.
Okay, and I also wanted to say that if we realize that victory in an election is about service, perhaps the celebration would take a different turn. You would know that he who wears that cap has a lot that is expected of him. So you're not just dancing around the market square. You know that it's time to sit, tighten your boots and just get to work because a whole lot is expected of you. I think that's the mentality we really need to have. Kayode.
Yes. Victory, victory, victory. Beyond that, I think currently, speaking specifically now, I have a lot of grouse with governors who are not taking two critical things that have happened to them seriously. Number one, the local government autonomy, where some people are playing politics with it, where some people are not willing to reduce the power they've arrogated to themselves, because the local government autonomy is not a new law, it's not a fresh ruling, it's a reassertion of what has been in the Constitution. So any governor that is coming in, please, it is not about more power, it is about more service. It is about allowing grassroots government to work. And the second aspect is the fact that the current economic hardship, it is not just the federal government's burden. Your money has increased, your allocation has increased. What is the proof that you're using this money? It's not to get more cars. It's not to get more, paraphernalia of office. It is about serving the people. It is about let's fuel you. So sometimes when I see this,
taking more wives.
It's not about, I am always angry when people are saying, let there be devolution of power. You want more power, you want to control the police. Beautiful idea. But are you sure you are not going to abuse it? It is not really about who is powerful. It is about who is more selfless. It's about, I will mention the name because we have a template. Somebody should not tell me until the Constitution is amended. That's when you can do that servant-like leadership. We have Governor Zulum who demonstrates this every time. We have someone who the issue of flood is taking it. So, he has been doing stuff like that. And he's so down to earth about it. So let's see accountability. Let's see you, be there when these things are being shared and you can monitor the distribution. You can see the wealth as a commonwealth and not for more cars. We have seen terrible situations where you are at the airport, you will see a governor, about 10 cars, just driver inside, the AC is on, the fuel has been, it's a wake-up call. It's not something to be celebratory about. It's about service.
INEC has just announced at the Benin Collation Center, the Edo State Collation Center, that they're taking a 45-minute break. And when they reconvene, they will take the final result from Ikpobaha local government area. They would tally it all up and then would know the eventual winner in this contest. And at the top of the hour, we'll be linking up with Abuja for some more updates. But let's have some more conversation here in the studio, even as we count down to that time. So it is about service. And Edo State is blessed. Edo is an agrarian community. Edo has oil. Edo should be a tourism hub. Talk about the Benin, the artifacts. Several of them have been returned in recent time. So the potential is enormous, and we really need to maximize all of this. I'm speaking so passionately about this.
I understand.
Unveil yourself. I was thinking we are both, connected to Edo. I never knew that Solomon has some level of connection with Edo.
Yes. So, there is a lot, and my expectations are actually huge. There is a lot. Going back, you were talking about the Benin Empire. There is a lot that we can actually bring to the fore. There are several avenues that can be maximized to generate revenue for the state, to even be able to stand alone and not necessarily rely on what FAC brings monthly.
I think that the states, that's where we started from actually as an independent country. The federating units were autonomous units within the federation.
That's true.
And Obafemi Awolowo University of Ife then, was built by just a federating unit. It was not the federal government that built Obafemi Awolowo University. It was not the federal government that built Nnamdi Azikiwe University. It was not, I said University of Nigeria, rather, Nsukka, it was not the federal government that built Ahmadu Bello University. The Ahmadu Bello University was built by the Northern Nigeria government. The University of Nigeria, Nsukka, was built by the Eastern Nigerian government. Obafemi Awolowo University was built by the Western Nigeria government. So the problem that has been created for us today and our perception of federalism was created by the military. And we would not want to have them again, not at all, for whatever circumstance, or whatever situation, because they have disrupted our thinking and our worldview about how governance should be done. Okay? So you have a situation where we were there before. You were talking about artifacts. That was also a factor in the elections, these particular elections. There had been a pull and push concerning the artifacts.
They were returned.
And the people... And the people were really angry about all of the things that went on about the artifacts issue, whether it's official, whether it's traditional, whatever it is. That played also a factor that was a factor in the election. Now, they have oil, the two kinds of oil. They have oil, which is even much more expensive, which brings much more money than crude oil. They have rubber, and all of that. So I think that Edo State is one of those states that could stand on its own, but maybe the state governments, the state governors need to do more in most of their states, because because of the centralization the military created, and we lived so much under the military, where the military now started giving, you bring your bowl, and then the military, then they will give you from the federal government. So we created a system where the states now have to take their bowls to Abuja, and then someone has to drop in it. But thank God that now they do not drop it based on what they feel. There is a law that guides how it is given. But I think that if we have to go back to what it was before, where the states actually control their own things and give to the federal. I mean, it was so good at that time that you will invite the premier of northern Nigeria to come and be prime minister, and he will say, no, I'd rather stay in my
zone.
I'd rather stay in my zone. These are my people. It was good. We did it before. All the things people argue about police, I'm like, you've forgotten? There was northern Nigeria police. There was western Nigeria police. There was eastern Nigeria police. There was federal police. We had all those things before. So, and I'm wondering, 60 years after, some people say we are not as developed. I'm like, so what we did when we got independence, we are now 60 years, and we are not as developed. We did it as infants.
That's why when you have the likes of Professor Emeka Anyoko still alive, he wants to see us go back to that. He wants to see us, allow the region to function. He wants to see us, grow at our own pace.
Well, much respect to the sage, Emeka Anyoko. We might not be able to go back to the regions, because those were the federating units at that time. There were just 3, then later became 4.
That's true.
Now we have 36 federating units.
It doesn't look realistic.
And we do not necessarily have to create regions. The understanding that we have 6 geopolitical regions, that's a good understanding, right?
But not yet recognized in the Constitution.
6. It doesn't have to be in the Constitution. It's just the same way we talk about rotation. For fairness, for equity, and for all of that. Okay, we move power here, we do this. There's federal character. Okay, we use federal character, to handle all of that and all of that. But the fact of the matter is that we have federating units. In a federation, the federating units are the focal point of a federation. And we need to get the federating units to do what they are supposed to do. We are not going to be looking at Abuja. Tinubu has done, Buhari did that. Well, nobody is even talking about the governors. There are humongous amounts of money, and roads that belong to them are not being fixed. So what do they do with all the money? Delta State is very rich. Edo State is very rich. River State is very rich. Cross River State is very rich. Akwa Ibom State is very rich. Benue is very rich. Plateau State is very rich. So the question is, what do they do with the money? How does it reflect? Go to the schools. One of the first indications of how poor your state is, or how badly you have governed your state, is the look and feel of your schools. Because when you do not build good schools, the problem you have when you do not build good schools is that you are raising children who will not be able to uphold and sustain democracy.
All right, Solomon, we need to take a break from here now and connect with Abuja, where Ayodele Ozugbakun is standing by. Ayodele, is day 2 of this election. The vigil is on all eyes there on Edo, awaiting results from Ikpo local government area. What are you gathering from where you are, and exactly how is it?
Any moment from now, Abosede, at the Coalition Center in Edo State, we expect the Independent National Electoral Commission by now to have, we have those in the situation room, political parties, they have the results. So what the Independent and National Electoral Commission is just doing is the physical, results, to come in, and they collate it together and they declare the next winner. So we get the person, any moment from now, we'll be getting the person that will be occupying the Olisadebe house. Good evening to our viewers in Nigeria and those watching around the world. We are taking over in the next 30 minutes from our Lagos studio as we continue to bring you minute-by-minute updates on happenings in Edo State as we await the final declaration from the Independent National Electoral Commission on who will be the next governor for the next 4 years. And we are live from our Abuja studio. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ayodele Uzubakun. Let's begin the program by reminding you that any minute from now, that the Independent National Electoral Commission there in Edo State will declare, I think they are waiting for the last local government to declare the result. And we have Cynthia Mbamalu of Yaga Africa. She's the executive director of Yaga Africa. And Cynthia, we are going to see if the three big tests that was set up for the Independent National Electoral Commission, that's the defining issues ahead of this election, if the electoral umpire, if they were able to pass this test, the Yaga Africa set the resilience test, the impartiality test, and the integrity test. Now, going to the resilience test, you were talking about, will voters defy early warning and signs of violence or rainfall to show up and vote and protect their votes? Cynthia, what happened? Director of Yaga Africa there, and before this election, they had some parameters and that they are going to judge INEC with. They were talking about the resilience test, the impartiality test, and the integrity test. Cynthia, tell us about what went down yesterday.
Thank you for highlighting the test that we talked about. Like you mentioned, we had highlighted the impartiality test. The impartiality test focuses on the security agencies, the resilience test for the citizens, and then the integrity test. And maybe I'll start from the parts of the security agencies. And I did see from our data yesterday, we did observe the deployment of security across board. However, there were locations where we did not see security personnel present. But the later part of the day, towards collation, was where there were several reports of interference of the process of collation by security, especially in 3 local governments, Espako West, Inoredo, and Ikowaka. And if you remember earlier today, Yaga Africa with other civil society organizations had issued a joint statement calling for INEC to ensure that there is due compliance to the rules for collation, and calling on the security to ensure non-interference. And then the bigger question on integrity. For us, integrity borders on several aspects of the process. The first is the requirements to comply with the Electoral Act when it comes to the rules for election administration, and to comply with the INEC guidelines for the elections, especially as it relates to the process of accreditation and voting and the result collation. And that for us is important to assess integrity on the part of the Electoral Commission. So compliance to the rule, that's the first part. The second is level around professionalism of the staff and their neutrality in the conduct of the election, and INEC's ability to ensure transparency in the process. Now, what we have seen in this election is, for the commencement of polls, one major challenge we did observe was the late commencement of polls. And I think for a lot of media partners and civil society observers, that was I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Cynthia. I wanted to quote you that the early report IAGA Africa published gave, 41% to the number of polling units that came between 7 a.m. By INEC, arrived between 7:30 a.m. and gave 41% of the polling units for the arrival by 7:30.
Yes, but if you look at the commencement ought to be by 8:30. At 8:30, if you look at the data,
17%.
We had about 17%.
That's abysmal.
And that's for us because the rule is open, polling units opens at 8:30, and we had released further data to even show a disaggregation across the senatorial districts. You see that places like Edo North and Edo Central, they had late commencement, and then also the Edo South. And the question was, with a lot of investment gone into the planning of these elections, learning from 2020 and 2016 in Edo, why did we still experience this late commencement of polls? In fact, some polling units did not commence until 12:30 p.m. before they commenced voting. And so that was a challenge. We do acknowledge that, yes, it rained, but the rain was we all know it's a rainy season, so the rain was not a surprise. Everyone expected it to rain. But the question is, why did we have this commencement? However, if you see our further data, we did show that by 2:30, 50% of polling units still had voters on the queue because, like I said, late commencement meant some processes would proceed beyond 2:30. But beyond that is the question around the compliance of the rule. And important things we're looking out for is, one, INEC's application of the rules on overvoting. The Electoral Act is clear on overvoting, where the total number of votes is more than the number of accredited voters. Then the results for that polling unit would be cancelled or will be invalidated, because the idea is, if, for instance, you have 100 people accredited, total number of votes should not be more than 100, because the BVAS captures the numbers of accredited voters. And so one thing we're looking at for this election was INEC's application of that rule when it came to overvoting. What determined the cancellation? Is it just the law? Were there other things to be considered? Things like disruption. INEC's guideline has also said where there's disruption of the process, snatching of ballot box, stopping of ballot box, those kinds of issues that impede the quality of the process, that the result for that unit would also be cancelled. So that was one part of the test of integrity. The other is at the collation level. Remember that at the polling unit, votes are counted, results are entered into the result sheet from ECHA, and that is where the BVAS is used to take a picture and upload on the IRES before moving to the World Collation Center. Now, in assessing this process, the collation is the weakest link. And so a lot of focus for us was also on how INEC applied these rules for collation. Things like addressing computational inaccuracies, for instance, and ensuring that if there is overvoting, that at the word collation level, the rules on cancellation is applied in line with the law and not arbitrarily, which we've seen in some elections where collation officers can, at their own whims and caprices, decide to either cancel or not cancel without following the guidelines and the rules. However, by the time we got to the LGA collation was when we observed the disruption.
Hello, Cynthia, are you there? Okay.
Observer in the queue, specifically from Etako West. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So looking at the voter turnout projection, which IAGA Africa projected 22.5%. Now, from Edo North, you projected 31.1%. From Edo Central, you projected 26.7%. And Edo South, 16.6%. In all, 22.5%. Doing a kind of comparative analysis to what happened 4 years ago and 8 years ago. How would you rate this exercise?
I would say this is lower turnout, and that's the second test, the resilience test on the part of citizens. We recorded lower turnout based on our projection. In 2016, turnout was actually 32.7%. By 2020, the turnout dropped. 2016. And by 2020, the turnout for governorship elections dropped by 8%. So that gave us at about 24%. And we were expecting that at least this time around, they would
kind of improvement,
even if it's just a push, a kind of improvement. And although the pre-elections, so our pre-election assessment projected that there may be lower turnout in these elections, but we were hoping that some election day miracles would happen. However, that wasn't the case. As you can see, we still experience decline. In fact, a further decline from where we were in 2020 in Edo, and which is also far more lower than what we had in 2016. And the question is, what exactly is happening, and why do we have lesser number of voters coming out? And actually, yesterday, going around, observing, even within Oredo has a larger percentage of registered voters, and PVCs collected. That's the biggest. I mean, after Ikoboka and Oredo have the larger numbers of registered voters within Edo South. Well, you will go to some polling units, you just had officials, very few numbers of voters coming out. You look at the register, you see a large number, you're wondering where are the voters. That is exactly, that's the heartbeat, especially within city. You also expect younger people to come out, because with the scarcity of resources, you have younger people moving from the villages, how do I put that, moving to the capital and staying more in the city. So you expect you have more youth population within these regions, and yet we did see low turnout. But I think there were some voters who still came out regardless. I know in the rain, you had people who stood in the queue and waited even though they were drenched in the rain. And so you have that level of commitment on one hand, but on the other hand is a general sense of disinterest in the electoral process. And this for us is a bigger question. Because how can we keep...
Apart from the by-election in Nasarawa, that we had in Nasarawa State 4 years ago, Edo election 4 years ago was like the benchmark, was the starting point of uploading results into the IREV, that according to what the Independent National Electoral Commission told us. We saw it 4 years ago. Now, when you see what they did 4 years ago and what they did since yesterday, how would you assess it?
Well, I would say perhaps not, because from 4 years ago, we've seen a lot of improvements. So, for instance, 4 years ago, you needed to have a password to log on to the IREV. You could not just go onto the IREV. You needed to create an ID and a password to log on to the IREV. But currently, for the IREV, you just go on the INEC elections result viewing portal, and you can see the result as they are uploaded. So that's one thing, at least ensuring that access was made easier for everyone.
100%.
Yes, and what we had in this election, at least what we saw from midnight yesterday, you already had close to about 90% or so of the results uploaded. Although the platform went down at some point between the midnight, between that 1 a.m., 2 a.m. or so. I know most of us were still, but we're following, most of us were watching the platform. For those of us
we're still not ready for this.
Yeah, and they are still, at the moment, we have also partners who are still assessing the results on the platform. For instance, you see some polling unit level results that you can see is a clear case of overvoting uploaded on the platform. There are also instances where the result that is on the platform is not corresponding with what the observers observe at the polling unit level. And so there are questions. So it's beyond just the upload. Yes, it's good that we have better access, and we've seen some improvement in the upload. It's about the quality of the results. Remember, that for this election, transparency is key, and is one of the standards we would use to assess INEC under our integrity test.
Now, when you look at, in terms of security arrangement, in terms of, you had a kind of threat assessment before this election. Now, with what you saw on ground, led by DIG Frank Umba, how would you assess security?
Well, I think first, at the commencement of polls, or before the elections, I actually want to commend the police. Before the elections, they had this security meeting with stakeholders in the state, so including observer groups and even media and media partners in the state. And that for me is important to have that conversation. I know DID Imba was there, and with other leadership of the Nigerian police. And then they also provided lines of communication and for instances of incidents in the field. So that for me is an improvement. However, one of the things we did see was that while we expected to see about 35,000, I mean, that was the plan from the police, about 35,000 officers were to be deployed in Edo. And our data did show that in about 5% of our sample polling units, there were no security personnel present. And we had them in 95%, good number, but we expected to have in 100% of the polling units. That's one. The second is the conduct of security personnel. We did see some level of professionalism in some of the locations. So I wouldn't say it's a general situation, but there were isolated cases where security personnel were a bit overzealous. I know myself and one of our partners doing the observation, and other CSOs have also complained. There were times where we were asked, while we were roving to observe, you are asked to show your ID card, your INEC accreditation tag. You show it. They ask you to come down from your car, introduce yourself. Who are you? Ordinarily, showing the identity is enough, because that's the only thing INEC gives to us, our INEC accreditation tag. But I think perhaps those are officers who either did not listen during training or just wanted to be overzealous. But then there's a bigger question, around the complicity on the part of police where there are electoral offenses, as simple as vote buying. Not simple, as grievous as vote buying, because I do believe that vote buying should no longer be treated with levity.
Yes, I wanted to ask you, yes. Do you have cases of vote buying?
Oh yes.
Reported.
We actually from our data we did report yesterday instances of vote buying. I think it's recorded in about more than 5 LGAs based on our data, and part of what our data indicated was the least sum was 10,000 naira. So voters were selling their votes. 10,000 naira. I mean, this is probably one of the highest we've seen in the recent elections. Wow. Some states you have 1,000, 2,000, some states 5,000. But this time around, the minimum that we recorded was 10,000 naira. Yes, and most times this vote buying was done in the presence of security personnel. They just looked the other way or acted disinterested. In fact, in some locations, you can tell that one of the party agents, what his or her role is to pay, because they are staying and watching to see how the voters thumbprint, and then they extort them outside and they give them something. And let me just put it out here that vote buying was witnessed by both agents of the APC and agents of the PDP. And so it was not a one-party affair. We did observe vote buying conducted or carried out by agents of both the APC and the PDP. And this is also a bigger question.
So you had reports from the two major dominant parties?
Yes. We got reports, and at least naming these two, those were based on what we observed. Some other groups may have seen other parties, but this was what we observed. Expectedly too, those were the two parties that deployed agents to over 95% of the
Because I wanted to ask you, 18 people actually participated in this exercise. At the end of the day, it's only the regular corporates we get to hear of, APC and PDP. Where is Zolumide Akwata? It was so loud before this exercise, but talking about structures on ground, talking about agents on ground.
Well, the thing is, in a multi-party democracy, there's a tendency for a dominance of two parties. Think about almost all democracies that we follow. The US, for instance, has close to 1,000 political parties. But you have the dominance of the Democrats and the Republicans. If you go to South Africa, it's dominance. It used to be dominance of two parties before the emergence of parties like EFF and now MP, the last party. If you go to other, most countries, there's a likelihood of the dominance of two parties in multi-party democracy. So we're not surprised to see this. However, there was an expectation that there would be some sort of a three-horse race at the period of campaign, the Labour Party, the pre-election race, especially with the Labour Party, because of the 2023 elections. But we need to understand that governorship elections, the politics for governorship elections is different from the politics of presidential elections. National elections happen within a context with its own dynamics. That's quite different from the state level. At state level, there are several things considered, as simple as the politics of senatorial districts. You know, there are times where the zoning happens a lot more at the state level because conversation around this zone has presented and that zone is supposed to present. That's one. The second is when it talks about structure. You know, when we talk about structure, most times people think it's abstract or there's a lot of work that needs to. Structure, it requires your capacity to mobilize across local government. Because, you know,
and
the elections
agents and your foot soldiers on ground.
Exactly. You need to show some presence across local government. I mean, in our final pre-election assessment of political party campaign, our data did show that the most coverage of the Labour Party in Edo State for campaigns was about 70 something% of the local government areas. So you had the APC and the PDP coverage over 95%.
But the candidate said individuals conducted polls and is leading on individual polls. It was all about.
Well, polls have their value, but you know, for like I said, that is why the national election is different. At the state elections, to vote in the state elections, you need to be a registered voter in that state, and it's only local. Those who are registered in that state can vote in the state, right? And as long as you're registered in the state, you can vote. And so when it comes to polling, the question is, what audience are you polling? Are you polling the right respondents? Are they registered voters in the state where the election is taking place? And so I do believe in multi-party democracy, and I think for every party that wants to contest elections, and there's a lot of work that requires to be done in going to different levels and ensuring that you have someone across every local government. One of the ways to track how parties engage and perform is the ability to deploy party agents across polling units. And so if at the point of deployment, because you know, at the point of deployment, our data was still showing that for the Labour Party's deployment was about 77% of the polling unit, but you had the
70%
PDP and the APC scoring, yes, I was going to get the exact
of the entire state polling units.
Of the polling unit, and you had
they weren't able to cover 100%
in 95 and above percent. So you see, their deployment, they had a lot more deployment. So you can already imagine that if you don't have agents deployed across polling units, it also could affect your work.
Okay, Yaga complained about the disruptions of coalition process in Oredo and Ikpoba Okia. So are you following up with that? What's the situation with that report?
Yes. So we had issued a statement and highlighted that. In fact, there was another report in Ego. So it's in Kako West, Ikpoba and Oredo.
And those are
reports for and for us, it was a call to the Electoral Commission because we are only observer groups. All we can do is highlight an infraction and call on the Electoral Commission to act. What we do believe is that INEC has the power within the Electoral Act, Section 65 of the Electoral Act, gives INEC the power to review results if there are complaints. Actually, if the results are not declared voluntarily, that is, if they are declared under duress, or if they are not declared in line with the Electoral Act and the INEC guidelines, then INEC can review.
Okay,
and so
Cynthia,
we are called on INEC to look at.
Let me just hold you there. Cynthia, just hold up your thought there. I'll take you to the Coalition Center where our correspondent, Uche Okoro, is standing by to give us an update. Thank you, Uche, for standing by. Yes, Uche.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, correct. Go ahead.
What's the latest? We went on 45 minutes
right
break.
Now we're waiting for collation to resume. Just moments ago, not too long ago, the commission announced that the returning officer announced a 45 minutes break.
Okay.
As you know, we're expecting results from the last local government area. That's the very last local government area. We so far have 17 results from 17 areas that have so far come in. We're expecting the last result. I believe that local government will be in the final stages of collation. But to save time, the Commission has gone ahead to begin to do the final collation of all local government areas. Normally, the tradition is that the Commission unseals that particular envelope that has that result sheet in presence of everybody after the last local government area of a particular state, last result of local government, the result of the last local government area has come in before INEC begins the final collation. Okay. But to save time in this instance, the commission has already done that collation of 17 local government areas while we expect the result of the last. So once the result from the last local government comes in, it would not be, it won't take that much longer before the final result is announced, final figures announced, and then a winner returned. So that's the situation. You see, just behind me here is the collation center. That's the hall behind me. Everyone is still seated. A number of INEC officials are still seated. All around me, I am surrounded by security personnel, police officers, and others. You can see behind me that the hall is currently heavily guarded by officers of the Special Protection Unit of the Nigerian Police Force. So that's the security here, very tight, while we await this exercise to come to an end, hopefully anytime soon.
Uche, I understand that feeling. I know that feeling. Where the people you are going to have there, it's just security, entrance into entrance to the polling units. At the entrance to the INEC headquarters there, if you don't have any business there, you can't access the place, and the number of time. Now, are you not worried about the process? I'm going to ask Cynthia too, the manual collation process. Now, a lot of these political parties, they know the result already. They have it from their situation room and everything. So a lot of people are saying it's just a matter of deploying maybe Microsoft Excel, getting the figures together, not doing it in front of Nigerians manually, one by one. I know this is what is in our electoral law. So they must stay with this process, and the last local government must come physically, Uche.
Demola, I'm not very sure I got you clearly, but if you're talking about if you're talking about the process here, well, I mentioned earlier that they have to wait for the last local government area. Yes, correct. But the commission has said that they do not want to announce another recess. I'm hoping I'm answering your question, because I lost you at some point. But the commission has said they don't want to announce another recess, but it is not in any way circumventing the process. Yeah, it is not in any way circumventing the process. The commission has said they will not proceed to announce any result until the last local government area has been collated and announced and submitted at the table. Definitely, I think you also said something about access to this venue. Yeah, access to this venue is highly restricted. Initially, when we arrived here in the morning, it was very difficult, very tedious to gain access, in spite of the fact that we are accredited journalists to cover this election. So the exercise took about, it was pretty fast, the first 16 local government areas. And then when the commission announced a 3-hour break, people had to stretch their legs, people had to take a walk, those who had to go home, change clothes, get something to eat. But before leaving, we were giving strict instructions to have our tags signed. The information was that any attempt to exit this INEC headquarters without having your tag signed, you won't be able to gain access back into the venue when the collation resumes. So yeah, I did. I got my tag signed and I stepped out to cover the protest that was happening just outside this venue. And then when I came on my way coming back in, I had to show my tag before I was given access. So yeah, access to this venue is highly restricted. Security agencies are aware that any attempt to be caught napping, this venue could very easily be infiltrated by persons who may want to cause mayhem in expressing their grievance over the results so far collated.
Now you got the situation. I know it's a regular thing. I would say a regular ritual in Edo State. Every 4 years, whoever wins, whoever loses, there must be protests in front of that INEC headquarters. I've observed it. I observed it 16 years ago, 8 years ago, 4 years ago. There must be protest. Was there protest today, Uche?
Oh, well,
the normal protest after the results.
I think you said something about the protest. Yeah,
yes, in front of that headquarters, INEC headquarters in the roundabout.
the melting point of protest since voting ended yesterday. Of course, you know that a number of persons were protested over the arrival of presence of the state governor at this collation center yesterday. So we've had all manners of protests this morning by different groups. Some groups will stop, and others to come take over from where they stop. The numbers of the protesters could go from 100 to 50 to 20, and then the next minute to turn around is climbed back to 50. But I think the reason for that, perhaps I should attribute it to the rain. It's been raining. They were like, if you have a means of talking to the weatherman, help us out there.
Someone should tell Uche Okoro this is Zion, not Demola.
It's been raining cats and dogs. At some point, I was drenched in the rain and trying to access this venue. So I mean, it could just start raining here without any notice. So that's we've been having a hard time trying to deal with the weather here, very unpredictable weather. Also, the weather condition also affected one of the polling units. Just one polling unit has been reported so far where voting did not take place. The collation officer, according to him, says they were unable to access the polling unit because of the heavy rain. So the weather here has been very unpredictable, but thankfully it's been relatively cool and uneventful in terms of negative news, but eventful in terms of activity here at the INEC office and the protests outside.
Did the weather affect the turnout? Do you think directly the weather was what affected the turnout? Because Young Africa is projecting 22.7%. We know that. Do you think it was the rain that affected the turnout?
To an extent, I mean, it's common sense, right, to come to that
conclusion,
to come to that submission. Now, the thing is, Edo State has actually never recorded up to 50%. Well, I think 2016 election, 2020 election, and now this is 2024. These
Nobody
elections, 2016 and that of 2020, Edo State did not record up to 50% turnout. Yeah. So if this time around they're projecting 22.7, I saw that as well. I wasn't surprised because we've had about 20-something, 30-something% turnout so far. Edo State in the last two elections hasn't had up to 40% turnout. So that projection didn't come to me as a surprise. But even the low figures of the low predicted statistics would have further been lowered by the weather. Yesterday, there were very long queues of voters who were eager to cast their votes yesterday, and then all of a sudden it began to rain. Right, I had to. My shoes were soaked. I was completely soaked yesterday. So the moment it began to rain, all the voters scampered for shelter, and then those who had access to umbrellas, those who could get umbrellas, began trickling back to the polling units one by one to cast their votes. Of course, you know, a number of persons who may have left the polling units maybe did not return as a result of the rain. So yes, I think it will be common sense to analyze that. The rain certainly had an impact in the turnout of voters. But one thing to note is that Edo State has never been known in recent times to record really high turnout of voters, considering the total number of registered voters.
Looking at how this election was keenly contested among the two major political parties, in all, at the end of the day, you've had a situation whereby before now we had the All Progressive Congress that's by Adams Oshomole. Okay, let's start. If we have to start from 1999, it will be too long. But right now, after the post-Oshomole era, we had the Obaseki era, 8 years now. And looking at the two major political parties, do you think the people still? What do you think is the winning power, the staying power for these two political parties? I thought people were just going to look the other way. That maybe APC, they're not doing well at the federal level. The PDP government at the state level, they've not really given good account of themselves, and people will look at other political parties. What do you think is responsible for the results we are getting right now? At least we've had 17 out of the 18 local governments. We have a kind of fair idea of where the pendulum might swing.
That's a trick question. You know, that's a trick question. So. Well, yeah, we know that the stakes are very high. We know that in 2020, the stakes were very high in 2020 because we had a governor who was seeking re-election under a different platform than which he was initially elected in 2016. So the stakes were really high then. But this time around, what is really crucial about this, what is really different, or what I say special or unique about this particular election, that this election is, its attention seems to be shifting from the two major, or what I say, the two major candidates in this election to almost looking like an election between the outgoing governor and the former and his predecessor. Speaking about the former national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, I guess it's almost looking like it's a battle for political supremacy or political survival. So the margin is relatively close. I don't want to speak about the margin as at this time. Let's wait for the final results.
But from projection, yes. Out of 17 out of 18, from what we've seen so far.
But yes. I'll just say that the stakes are very high, and whatever results, however the result looks like in the end of this, it would reflect the political it will reflect the political struggle of, or will I say, political contest between two bigwigs and the outgoing governor and his predecessor, the former national chairman of the All Progressives Congress.
What happened to other political parties?
We end up with a very tightly fought race with very close margins.
What happened to other political parties? Uche, this is Ayo Zubakun. What happened to other political parties?
Well, I think we should wait. Right now, so far everyone was of the view that 17 parties contested, but everyone was of the view that this was a fight between a two-horse race with the Labour Party as the underdog. A lot of persons were rooting for the Labour Party, but so far from the results that we've seen from 17 local government areas so far, it is obviously a race between the All Progressives Congress and the People's Democratic Party. Now, we've had a number of other political party agents who have raised concerns specifically about the number of rejected votes and all of that. Yes. So, as to what happens to the other political parties, let's also not be surprised that a number of them would go to court. Already, the People's Democratic Party is already crying foul and saying the people of Edo State will not accept this result. So already, this already paints to you a picture of what's going to happen with the other political parties. Let's not. No one will be surprised if many of them approach the election petitions tribunal to challenge the outcome of whatever happens here tonight.
All right, Uche Okoro, we'll take this breather. We'll be right back after this timeout. This is the Abuja studio of Edo Decide, reaching you live from our studio here in Abuja. We'll be right back after this breather. Please don't go away. Stay with us.
Advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon. I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amaka Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Welcome to Warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Thank you for staying with us. This is Edo Decide 2024 studio, where we're keeping vigil on the 2024 governorship election in Edo State. And any moment from now, we are going to get a brand new governor, the person that will occupy the Olisadebe House. Statutorily, the Independent National Electoral Commission is the only body that has the power and the authority to officially announce the result of any election in Nigeria. That is the law now. Yes, we can project. Yes, the party agents can be celebrating. Yes, but that official announcement by the returning officer of this election is about the most important thing. That is what we are waiting for now from the Coalition Center at the Independent National Electoral Commission in Center in Benin. I still have the Executive Director of Programs of Yaga Africa with me. And Cynthia, I had to go to INEC headquarters to take some reports from Uche Okoro. Now, looking at the improvement, talking about the processes, we went to South Africa together. We saw the election there. On election day, it wasn't a day people were running helter-skelter. We went to the prison. I went to the prison with you. I think it was in Durban. We went to the major prison in Durban. Before election day, soldiers, military guys, all the guys in military formation, and people on essential duty, before that election day, they started voting. Old women, if you are above 60, elderly people that cannot stand the rigor or that cannot stand the weather of the election day. So they are giving, like 3 days before the election, they've given them time to actually exercise their franchise so that all the tension of the election day will come out. That election day, we also went to different schools, while we had schools still running and people were just casting their vote side by side. Cynthia, a comparative analysis between what happened in South Africa and in Nigeria.
Well, you know, as you were saying that, I was smiling because we had this conversation. As simple as the special votes or the early voting that they had, where for the elderly, the Electoral Commission goes to their homes and they vote in their homes. You had some that were voting in the hospital, and then those that could come out to the polling stations came out to vote early. Party agents were still present. On election day, we went to the prison, we went to the maximum prison, and we saw how the voting was conducted peacefully because prisoners had the right to vote. You asked a question about voter education, and they told you that yes, the Electoral Commission also did voter education before the election day for the prisoners. And then the issue around movement. People are moving on, and voting is going on its own. Activities are ongoing. And they forgot to also mention, you will see the parties dancing. Some meters from the polling station, they set up there. They are dancing, singing, and dancing as the vote is going on. And when you ask them, they tell you that election is a celebration of democracy. It's not supposed to be war. We did not see armored tanks anywhere or military people with guns on the streets. But if you drive the streets of Edo, you're seeing armor. You see the big vehicles. You're seeing military guys stop, come down.
Official restriction of movement the whole day.
The whole day. And it just shows us the difference in our political culture, that our democracy. Yes, we can say it's younger than South Africa. South Africa started from 1994. You can say 1994 compared to ours 1999.
30 years down the line.
Older. 30 years down the line. So some years older, but I mean, it's still the same generation of democracy. We still have the same young, it's still the 90s. Right? And I think as Nigerians, we need to start asking ourselves, do we just want to make excuses for the way we engage our elections? Perhaps is that mindset of engaging the elections as if it's war that is also affecting how voters vote. Because you have instances where some people are afraid to come out because in the pre-election phase, there's a lot of political tension. And so there's also that fear, I don't know what will happen on election day, let me just sit back at home and be safe. So there is that thing that could also affect turnout. There's also the thing about elections is not giving us the outcome we want. We can't trust the system, so we wouldn't come out. And you see that happening. In South Africa, I remember the Electoral Commission told us that political parties are even given access to access the Electoral Commission system to be sure is security proof. That each of them are given a period to audit the result management system. And we ask them, how do you give
party agents
access to
they
do
bring
that?
their software engineers.
To software, so they bring their software engineers and test the system, and then they told you, because every party knows that they want the system to work. So no one would want to do anything to undermine the system, because if it works, they all benefit. And you could see there's a difference in even how the political class engage their politics than how our political class engage our politics. Here is also a do or die affair. And unfortunately, that do or die, that winner takes all, do or die, that has informed do or die tendencies, affecting how contentious our elections have become and even how controversial they are. And so for me, I think this is an opportunity for electoral reform as we move to the next elections. There is nothing wrong in considering early voting for people that work on elections day. Maybe that would increase our turnout, because you have media practitioners and a lot of journalists don't get to vote because you're moving around on elections day. The security personnel, they don't get to vote because they are working. All INEC officials, the ad hoc officials, the INEC staff, they also don't get to vote. Observers do not get to vote. Those on essential duties do not get to vote. And I think there's an opportunity to push for that. I know that currently there's a bill sponsored by Senator Yaradua, Abdulaziz Yaradua, yes, on special voting has passed the first reading. So we're watching to see how that goes. So I believe that is something we can introduce. But also the conversation around reviewing how politicians engage the process. I do not know if it's just because we have a first past the post winner takes all electoral system. Maybe that is why the tension is this high, because in South Africa it's proportional representation. So it sort of reduces how they fight, because even if you're losing, there is a chance of having even at least one seat in the parliament. So perhaps it's time for us also to ask ourselves, is this electoral system working for us in Nigeria, especially considering our diversity? Nigeria is a diverse country, and winner takes all may not be the solution to our electoral democracy.
Cynthia, what can we do about this backward coalition system? We've been talking about this. Now we know what is happening, what has happened in 17 local government, and we have a fair idea of what happened in the last local government. But my INEC will still wait for everything to come out manually, come together manually, start as ridiculous as taking calculator, and that's here and there. The returning officer will get to be calculating till he arrives at that figure. What are we doing about this system, Cynthia?
This is actually a function of law, because to change our coalition system, we need to review the law. Currently, the result management system requires the results to move from the polling unit and the manual movement. So move from polling unit to the ward coalition, local government coalition before the state coalition for governorship elections. So presidential, it then moves to the national coalition system. That while technology was introduced to expand or enable transparency, that while the manual process is going on, the result is uploaded in the viewing platform for people to vote and to view what is on the platform. And for me, we actually need to start reconsidering this, because if we see the levels of violence we experience,
Cynthia still there?
There is a challenge with that system. Can you? Yes, I can hear you now.
No, go ahead, please, Cynthia.
Yes. And so if there's something we're learning, it's an opportunity to reform that process. Perhaps there's nothing, we need to start looking at how do we review our coalition. There are countries like you mentioned, South Africa, as the results are going, you go in the results center, you see the dash screen, everyone is seeing the results as it's dropping. You're tracking the results from province to province and how the parties, the vote share for the parties. It's there. And so there's something we can also consider in the reform process, that perhaps it's easier that voting happens at the polling unit, and that results can be imputed in the system directly from the polling units to the state coalition or the final coalition, and the only thing you have in the middle is just an oversight system to cross-check the results, because that is something that they also have, which is why parties in South Africa also have access to the system, because they also are doing their own reviews of the system. And so we may not necessarily go that far, but it's important we consider this. And for me, 2 reasons for this are: one, our collation process is becoming the weakest link in our elections. That's the black spot. A lot of times, observers and journalists are focused at the polling units, and most times you can't be deployed to the collation centers, either the ward or LGA. And so a lot of things that happen there is done in a sort of secrecy. That's one. The second, beyond being a dark spot, is that it's becoming a source of electoral violence. If you think of elections we've had, from presidential to state level elections, remember Rivers State elections 2023, 2019, the collation was where there was a lot of problems. You had shootings, you had disruptions, you had INEC officials detained in some places just for collation. So we also say that the collation process is becoming prone to violence because most times there's a lot of irregularities that happen at that level, which is why it becomes difficult when it gets to the final stage of collation for you to trust the transparency. And honestly, this long journey of traveling through these levels of collation is something we need to review. With technology, we can begin to deploy technology in such a way that it truly enables and promotes transparency, but provides a timely system of elections results collation. As it is now, we still have the weakest link as the collation system in the results management system in Nigeria.
Your pre-election risk assessment indices, you actually factored some political parties and some areas prone to violence. Now, talking in terms of the rhetorics, on the part of our politicians, what they say before the election, getting to hear. You mentioned it that in South Africa that we saw major political parties in front of polling units dancing, singing, rival political parties, that it was a celebration of democracy, kind of. But you will hear from our governors here that this particular election is a do or die affair.
Yes, and I think this honestly is a function of the failure of our political class to understand that they are becoming the major threat to our democracy. And I say this with all sense of responsibility. Why? And when you think of elections, the only class that hits up the politics is the political class. Our politicians, in their rhetoric, in their blame game politics, in the spread of hate speech, and the use of dangerous statements, they hit up the policy. They create a lot of division and use divisive languages. That is why you also see the ethnicity and religious diversity being used as a tool to divide the people in elections. And so we're beginning to see that the political class honestly needs to be called to order. Why I say that they are forgetting the role they are playing is because I think most times they do not understand that when you hit up the policy, when you create chaos, you only create victims rather than victors. When you create chaos, you only destroy our democracy rather than build our democracy. And when you deploy violence in the system, you only destroy the future of Nigeria's democracy and not necessarily win an election. And so perhaps the way politicians engage this process is what they need to review. As citizens, we need to start to call our politicians to order. Each of these parties, what my most frustration is that you see that these politicians switch party lines at will, because it's not like some democracies where you see a diehard Democrat is a Democrat no matter what, a Republican is a Republican no matter what. Same thing if you go to, we give an instance with what do you call it, South Africa, DA is DA, ANC is ANC. At the minimum, even if they move, it takes them a long time and they don't switch back. But here we have so much fluidity when it comes to political identity, and that is because parties don't even have ideology. So the major difference between our political parties are just their logos. Because if you think about it, each of them that comes into power, the policy direction of every government, regardless of the party, shows you that most times there's some level of lack of clarity on what they want to achieve. And so for me, our political class is a class we need to start calling to order. They are affecting the growth of our democracy. They are also diminishing citizens' faith in our democracy, because people are losing faith in democracy. And I think it's because of the conduct of politicians. The more they manipulate the process, the more they undermine the credibility of our process, the larger the number of citizens that lose faith in our democracy. That is not what we want for Nigeria's democracy. And I hope that politicians understand that it's not about them.
All right.
It's about building a system that works for Nigerians.
I want to thank you, Cynthia Mbamalu, the Executive Director of YAG Africa Programs. Thank you for your contribution. And we'll do a post-mortem after this exercise to see what's the outcome of the entire exercise. I want to thank you, Cynthia. I will be handing you over to Lagos now, where Abosede is still waiting while we are waiting in Edo State live for the last local government and for the final coalition, and the new governor of Edo State will be announced just any moment from now. So while we are waiting that, I will hand you over back to our Lagos studio where Abosede and Adeniro is waiting.
I think very successful that are satisfied my conscience. Election is not a do or die affair.
Join the excitement with Betano, the premier sports betting platform in Nigeria and proud official partner of Aston Villa. Enjoy our award-winning experience with fantastic betting options, cash out, and engaging missions. Discover even more exclusive features. Join now and receive a welcome bonus of up to 200,000 naira. Betano. The game starts now.
We want to see our polling unit. No. And does not bring anything. All my people from Eboini, Ugaja local government, no polling unit, no INEC. We not even see anything like that. See my mother, video of my mother, see my mother. All of them are inside a canopy. Nothing is happening.
Hello again, and thank you for joining us. This is a continuation of our coverage of the governorship election in Edo State. With the result of one more local government that have been awaited, residents of Edo State and indeed Nigerians are expecting the final announcement of results by the Independent National Electoral Commission. So far, the results from 17 local government areas have been announced, and only Ikpoboha local government is left. INEC had earlier announced a short recess, and collation is expected to resume any moment now. Earlier, a combined team of Army, Police, and DSS personnel cordoned off the road leading to the collation center. Despite the tight security, supporters of the People's Democratic Party are close by protesting the collation of results by the Commission. They allege that the results so far announced are not a true reflection of how the electorate voted. Joining me for further analysis here in the studio, Executive Editor, TVC News, Kaya Deladende, and Election Observer, Nelson Ekwujimi. Gentlemen, it's good to have you here in the studio.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. Good evening, Nigerians.
Yes, let's start off with...
Happy to be back.
Indeed, yes, Nokade has been here. But let's begin with you, Nelson. Observing this election, it's not the first election you would observe.
Absolutely.
You've been on the field, like, kind of like eternity.
I can't take counts.
Okay, so, for benefit of hindsight, what you've seen in the past and comparing it to this particular election, what's your assessment of the process?
Well, this election has shown that the INEC personnel have improved on their service delivery. What do I mean by this? In most polling stations, you have a situation whereby people spend just about 3 minutes or less than to cast their vote, collect your ballot paper, be scanned by the beavers machine, then your PVC is given back to you. In fact, one person in Auchi said he spent 1 minute and 30 seconds. So you can imagine if we have a seamless process like that, it gives confidence that, the process is good and people can quickly perform their civic responsibility and go. The stress of standing on the queue for maybe one person being attended to for like 10 minutes, And if you listen to the media reportage, almost all the gubernatorial candidates attested to the seamlessness of the process. And also, the beauty of it for me was that in places where the beavers machine could not authenticate the thumb of a voter, the facial capture was used, and it worked well. So for me, the election is one that was peaceful because of the security deployment. In fact, people in Edo, I was in Sakumba, if I'm correct with the pronunciation, and people were saying, we don't know, say Edo bad boys, then get Ogao. Everybody was calm. Everybody was like, no do anyhow, so that you go see anyhow. And this morning before leaving Edo, Benin City, I went to the INEC office where you had the military, the DSS, special police units, as well as the Nigerian police. They cordon off the entire Benin-Auchi road. The INEC office is on that road, such that only pedestrians were allowed to pass. You saw the two major parties, you saw their supporters at Ramat Park. They station themselves at whatever they want to do. That's their business, so long as they are not interfering with the free movement of anybody. So by and large, it was an election in which the people came out like we expected, even though we expect more. And the electoral umpire played its role creditably. The security agencies also did very well. And the piece that we all were afraid, because I was opportune to speak to people at polling stations where people said, some persons told them when they were leaving the house that, go vote first. If anything no happen, when you come back, me so I go not say I feel come vote. That apprehension, it was very, very high. But as the day went by, people saw that no, nothing was happening. Even some were making calls. what is happening in the polling station? Come and vote, you know. And Edo has always maintained this carnival atmosphere. It was in Edo State in 2016, where I saw polling. You know, normally during our elections, all shops are locked, no business activities. And when we are preparing for election on Friday night, even we observers, we ensure we stock whatever we need for feeding and drink the following day. Because on election day, nobody will be there. But in Edo State, in the elections, there's nothing you want to eat under the sun that a businesswoman is not there to service, yes, or what you want to do. So for me, and you saw women with babies on their back, you saw pregnant women.
The elderly.
The elderly, and, you know, once again, just like we have always complained, the youths that we call, that we have always clamored to show active interest in this election, I will tell you for free, they were nowhere to be found. The majority of people that came out for these elections were aged and, you know, middle-aged elderly people. The youths were missing in action again.
Well, we also have Olufemi Lawson, another election observer, joining us via Zoom. Olufemi Lawson, if you could just, come in here. Nelson has mentioned a number of things about what he observed in this election. What were your own experiences?
Thank you for having me. Even though I was not physically in Benin or Edo State during this election, but I was fortunate to be a member of one of the organizations observed this election, and I was fortunate to also be at the back end in our situation where we got report from observers from across the 18 local government of Edo State. One thing I must first say is that unlike previous elections, particularly the off-cycle elections that we had in Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa State last year, today, what we witnessed in Edo State yesterday, according to reports, is a situation that witnessed a very huge improvement in the conduct of our security agents who participated in this election. In the past, despite all efforts by INEC and stakeholders to ensure free, fair, and credible elections, like the Nigerians have always expected, the role of security agencies in the election have always been of serious concern. So it is commendable that yesterday we had a very high level of professional conduct on the part of security agents, and that's resulted into the near, cases of no report of ugly incidences like we have anticipated. If you look around the issues that arose in the build-up to this election, you realize that there were a lot of tensions. Nigerians had expected that it was going to rain fire on Saturday in Edo State, based on the statement of politicians prelude to the election. But it is commendable that the people of Edo State behaved so civil, and the security agents were at the top of their duties, to the extent that that election yesterday was conducted in an atmosphere that was devoid of the much anticipated chaotic environment and violence. And kudos was given to the people of Edo State and the security agents who participated in the election, and every other stakeholders, including the media.
Indeed. And, we have been getting reactions from different political parties that participated in this election. And, one of the latest statements is coming from the PDP Governors Forum. In the course of the coalition and all that, there was a scenario where it appeared that some results were being announced, and that action was actually being criticized by some as usurping the powers and authorities of the electoral umpire. But they have released a statement to say that what happened was just them, speaking based on what they observed on the IRF portal, and not necessarily usurping the powers of INEC. I wouldn't want Kayode to speak on that. I would rather want it to be, Olufemi or Nelson. So let me bring it to you, Nelson, to react to that. I don't know if you've seen that statement by the PDP Governors Forum.
No, I have not seen it, but I was aware that it was like they released their own version of the results.
But it was broadcast live.
Okay, maybe it was, maybe then I was on the road.
Ever you're on point.
Yes.
Say that
Yes.
Since he doesn't want me to talk about it, but I can help you with the information.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think what they have done was very, very undemocratic, was irresponsible of them. It shows the disdain they have for law and order. Because you and I know, and it's right, that the only authority permitted by law to announce election results is the Independent National Electoral Commission. Any other person doing that, it's an invitation to anarchy. If I announce results and my supporters take to the street, you announce your own results, you can imagine what you have. We had 18 parties contesting that election. You can imagine if every political party was announcing their own result, what would be happening in Edo State by now, and by extension, Nigeria. So what they have done, even though they have tried to, do a face-saving measure, is totally condemnable. It's reprehensible. It shows that these are men who have been entrusted with high office, but who are unworthy, who are unbefitting of their office.
Well, as they have come out to say, they say that they were expressing their own opinion. And
making
finally,
public.
Finally, they said they are looking forward to the announcement. First, they actually commended, what was the first statement they made now? They saluted the good people of Edo State, for coming out en masse to exercise their franchise. And then finally, they said they looked forward to the announcement of a result that they said would truly represent the wishes of the Edo people as freely expressed through their vote yesterday. And finally, they said they stood, or they are standing with the governors, that the governors who were involved in that initial announcement, Governors Fintiri, Agbukefa, Soborewori, Bayelsa, Taraba, all of those governors. It was signed by the governor of Bauchi State, on behalf of their forum. Let me hear from you again, Olufemi, what you think about this and this action of the PDP. For them, they just felt that it wasn't going as they expected. They thought they saw something on the RF portal, but then they felt that what they were now seeing in reality was quite different. They were surprised by the disparity, perhaps.
It is not unexpected of politicians to be apprehensive at that point of elections. It is not the first time we're seeing it, but one would have expected that politicians in the standing of the state executive governors should understand the implication of making such statements publicly in an attempt to either calm their supporters or raise the hope of their supporters that they were leading an election or not, because that statement, and that process of announcing results so far gathered by the PDP at that point has a tendency to destabilize the process from where it was. It is very clear that the law only permits INEC, not even, the media can make informal announcements or polling units results as results have been collated. Nobody has any authority to sum up results of election other than INEC that is empowered by the law. And such action have tendency to actually destabilize the system if it was not properly managed. If political parties are now beginning to go on live television and call live press conferences and begin to announce results that have been gathered by their candidates, then we may likely be heading to a chaotic situation that may destabilize whatever gain we have made during elections. So I think it's a situation that calls for serious caution. It is good that PDP Governors Forum has come out with a statement to caution itself and also to retrace its step. But it is expected that in future lessons must be learned from the fact that people should not unnecessarily use their exalted position to create unnecessary tension during elections, especially from people who have participated in the elections in the past. It is good that the situation was well managed afterwards, and we must continue to educate not just our citizens, even our political leaders, on their expected role, particularly during elections, which is one of which is to ensure that we continue to advocate that peace prevailed throughout the entire process of election. Election is supposed to be a carnival, just like I was saying the other time during the news. It's not supposed to be a session where we create unnecessary tension and hostilities around the society. It must be such an atmosphere of carnival, atmosphere of fanfare, and we must discourage, actions that may seek to create unnecessary tension in our election. So it's not a good thing doing that on live camera, but it is good that the forum has admitted that some of its members were overzealous in trying to announce results, even though it is said it saw it on IREV. The truth is that IREV by law today is not the authority or platform for announcing result of elections in Nigeria.
All right, let's get Kayode to react to that as well.
Okay, I was just wondering why a journalist cannot comment on what some, governors have done. Because, but I think the latest is the fact that the PDP as a party has also reacted, just to explain further the position of the PDP governors. But one thing is clear, and I've said it in the other segment that we had, whatever you do, if it is about your opinions, about your feelings, and not backed by law, is just a media frenzy. That's what it is. It's a media frenzy. What the law says is that that particular center is a collation center. And when they do the collation, they will announce whatever has been done, and you will go to the tribunal to ventilate your reservation about what has happened. Now, this statement from PDP is also saying that Ighodalo clearly won the election. So this is not a good optics. But I would rather say that, like Femi said, this has been a trend. I remember the days when APC was in the opposition. Mr. Nelson can remember very well. There is this kind of, let's track them from acting phony. Let's preempt the possibility of, of maneuvering the system. It doesn't make it right. It is the umpire that will declare the result. When the umpire declares the result, whatever they've done, yes, there's a new injection into the system, which is called IREV. Now, present the IREV. Those were the things that another agent, or I think it's an observer, who called the attention of the PDP agent, that present the result on the IREV and say that your IREV result does not match with what is announced. That's a better argument at the collation center. It doesn't mean you will get a response, but they're only saying that, we are making our reservation based on what was uploaded on the IREV, not for you to just make a bogus statement, the results were manufactured. Some even went as far as saying, and I am surprised that this is a professor. Those tantrums were not necessary. It is about the fact that, and you know what happens in sport, when you are rude to the referee can dismiss you out of the field. The same thing applies. So we should learn to respect the umpire. Trust me, if it goes the other way too, they are going to express that kind of joy. So it's important that we put it straight. But to your first question, because I'd love to quickly talk about this, talking about the process. Yeah. You see, one thing I want the observers like Nelson and Femi to start advocacy on is the desperation of the politicians to always circumvent the system. INEC is making every effort. You remember the days of card reader, just to counter the written result, where you will see all kinds of people, even people that do not exist. There's no way to use electronic means to check them. You just have a manual register, and you see people maneuver the system. INEC went as far as bringing a card reader. INEC later went into beavers. Now, they said the beavers is not malfunctioning when your thumbprint cannot match with stuff. Now, INEC went as far as now saying, with your facial recognition, they will get it. But the demon we are dealing with, the monster we are dealing with now, is the inducement of voters, the vote buying. And it's sad that politicians are always coming up with new gimmicks, to circumvent the system. There is heavy vote buying, except Mr. Nelson can give us an update on that. Heavy vote buying, and it is sad that EFCC alone cannot, arrest everyone involved in this. Not even 10% of people involved.
Well, quickly,
yes,
about the issue of results. Let us educate and inform our viewers. You see, when election is conducted at a polling station, results are entered into a form EC8A. Mm-hmm. Party agents sign. Yes. Security agents also sign. Every one of them gets a copy. From that, the voters themselves will be watching. Then it is pasted on the wall. When it moves to the ward level is the collation center. A ward is made up of several polling stations. At the ward level, we have party ward collation agents. So whatever must have gone wrong at the polling unit, because the ward collation agent will get a copy of those results from the polling units that makes up his ward. So whatever goes on wrong there, whatever has gone wrong in the polling unit, at the ward collation center, it is sorted out. Once it's sorted out, it moves to the local government. Because why I'm saying this is that Nigerians should be very careful when politicians come to say, we have been cheated. Ask them, at what level? Because at each of these levels, you have representatives there. If it has been conducted at the polling unit, your representative say it's free and fair. From there, it goes to the ward level. Your representative say it's good. From the ward level, it goes to the local government. Your representative does not raise any complaint. When they start announcing results collated that every local government, the state is made up of 18 local government. There's the local government returning officer. When that man or woman comes to the state collation center and is announcing his figure, a state collation agent who was never part of those other processes.
From the polling unit,
the state agent is expected to have these copies.
Yes. So if it has happened at the polling unit, ward, local government, and it comes to the state, the only condition where you raise it at the state, if you want to raise a concern that any reasonable people should listen, is that you should ask him, in which of the stages was there anomaly?
Infractions.
A lot of times there's no anomaly from all the stages. They'll just play to the gallery. Look at in the last election, if you listen to the judges, the presidential election, the judges said the Labour Party claimed to have deployed 133,000 party agents. That not even a single result sheet did they bring to say...
As exhibit
to say what INEC wrote for this result, this polling unit.
It's contrary.
It's contrary. Not even one. That rather, when the court asks them, where is your evidence? They say, go and ask INEC. I've never seen where they will steal my car. And I'll go to the police, and the police say, what is the brand of your car? I'll say, go and ask the police. There are so different brands of car.
But at the State Collation Center now, there's a case at hand which we examined earlier, and it was one of the party agents, PDB specifically now, who was talking about the fact that results from a particular local government, Oredo, perhaps there was some sort of skirmishes and they had to move the collation center to the state level. That was where it was done. But then he was then complaining that his own local government agent was not, his party agent was not allowed into the space where the collation was done. Meanwhile, there is a signature supposed to be that of his party agent on that result sheet. Meanwhile, the gentleman is believed to still be outside without access to the hall.
I've been an election observer along these processes. I will tell you for free. When elections is conducted, when it comes to signing result sheets, party agents, it's as if they've called themselves. They will just abscond. And the law does not say if you don't sign that the document is not authentic.
It's not authentic.
You remember the case of Imo State when Governor...
So maybe it's a case of we need to verify what he said. It's a case of how authentic is his claim.
No, let me even do this analysis. When INEC conducted the election, INEC left out results from about 161,000 polling units. when the governor, then a candidate, he went to court, he said, my lord, I won this election. And the court said, where is your proof? He brought his party agent's result sheets. Signed, and he gave it to the court. The court now called INEC. INEC, bring your results. INEC was dilly-dallying. And under law, the law says where INEC fails to produce results of election, the court should make use of the security agencies. And you know policemen collect result sheets. The court now told the police, bring your own results. Because the police is mandated under law to bring it. When the police brought their results, and the one the man said his party agents collected at the units, and the court looked at both, it was perfect. No alteration, nothing. That was the basis. So if that man is saying results were collated and his agent, the question we should ask him, let us have evidence of the levels that because it's a process. Election does not just happen at the polling unit and you fly to the state. If your ward representative, that's your party agent, says it's good, he's the one you have authorized by law. And don't forget, in the new electoral system, it's such that even party agents have identification tags. They are on the INEC portal. The INEC has mandated parties to submit their names and passport photographs. So we must be very, because a lot of times politicians come and claim, I have been robbed, I have been robbed. The question I ask, at what level were you robbed? Where is your evidence for me to know you are robbed? But because a lot of our people, we live in a society today where people don't interrogate anything. Once you throw it at them and you are crying, look at the case of the ALU4, University of Port Harcourt students. One of them was being owed. He went to his debtor. Give me my money. The debtor didn't give him his money. He now took his laptop and said, when you bring my money, come and collect my laptop. He went with 3 of his friends. They were 4. Only for the debtor to shout, ole, ole, ole. And people beat those children to death without asking.
Mob action.
What sort of society is that?
Yeah.
But what did they steal? When? How? Where?
I'm sorry, I don't know, maybe you want to talk to Femi.
Yes, but okay, maybe
Femi
react to this because I want Femi to take up another issue.
Because there's something very critical about what I call the education that is presenting is this process. And it's important that if you want to critique, or let me use the negative word, if you want to criticize what we perceive to be an infraction, we must come with facts. We must present it the way it is. So it's important for people to understand this process, because it appears that a lot of people now want to substitute this process with just what they see on the IREF. Do you understand? IREF is very good, is where we should get to, where it should not be contradictory to what is signed on the paper. And we were also monitoring the IREF from our platform here. You recall that as of last night, it was about 92 or 94%. We actually uploaded it on the live screen just to be part of this process of transparency. But where you will have issues is if it does not tally. And you must also check who is uploading. If you are not directly on the IREF, if it is something that is being put on someone's page, it's not enough proof. You need to see the IREF yourself. You need to calculate, you need to check the figure from the polling agents, because you can't be everywhere. So when people want to be state agents and they are at the collation center, let them have this fact. Don't just quote what is on the IREF. Have copies, at least from the local government, because it can be tiresome to have from all the wards across the state. Let's see it. Show it to INEC. Let the world know that INEC, you are up to something sinister. It is not enough to create this tension, and it bothers me. Anytime we go to the INEC office when they want to declare results, it is always like a war zone.
Yeah.
You will see the soldiers, you see the mobile policemen, you will see all those people. It should be so free. And I also pray that we get to that level where we are seeing results in real time, that we don't have to spend so much money on logistics, we don't have to spend more money on personnel. We are seeing the results, and it is indisputable.
And so maybe Olufemi should also just speak to that, and then we go to the other part of this. What do you have to say about this issue of the complaint by some party agents what you've announced isn't exactly what we have collated?
You see, I was saying in one of our conversations, the political parties are not doing enough to educate even their members and the citizens on their role in these elections. Ordinarily, if I were to be an agent for a local government where I was to sign the collated result for my local government on behalf of my party, it is expected that I must have had result from all the wards making up my local government. Very simple arithmetic. My duty is not just to go and sign. You are not a signature to a checkbook or whatever. It means you must have had your tally expected from the final result that is to be announced as a local government returning officer for your party. The question is, if there is a contradiction in what was announced precisely in Oredo that is in contention, we need to ask, what was your own tally? What were the accumulated figures from the wards that made up that local government from your own? Because this result from the wards were also signed. What was your own tally? What is the difference between your tally and what is being announced? Because sometimes it is not enough for us to just sit, and shout about what do we call it, corruption, the process not being transparent, and the like. Though INEC has a duty to be transparent, that is, it must not compromise. But while we expect transparency on the part of INEC, we must also invest in training, especially as politicians, our members and our officials to the extent that they understand their roles. I had an experience during one of our election observation missions. I realized that political party agents were waiting at the Ward Collation Center, to be part of collation before we move to the local government. And I realized some of the party agents, do not even have results from the polling unit, which they were waiting to sign in tally on behalf of their political parties. If I allowed them, were waiting for what the UCOM members were bringing from the polling unit, which were waiting on the table to sum up together and announce results. What gives you the impression that what the election official is bringing from the polling unit truly represent, the votes called by your party? I would have expected a serious political party agent to rely on the result from either through snapshot or whatever from its agent, from its polling unit. While whoever has brought it to the ward is recording, it must tally with what your agent has sent to you on the field. But a lot of times they are only there to watch the tally, for the result brought by these election officials. And that is why a lot of times they are shut out of the real process of producing results, which is at the collation. The same thing moves, to the local government collation, where a lot of people just go there, waiting for results from the ward to be summed up. They are not actually interested in how those results were summed up from the polling unit. So it's part of the lack of education on behalf of political parties, which is also now adversely affecting them. That nonetheless, INEC has a duty to ensure that the process is seen to be transparent. For instance, under no guise should INEC allow security agents to lock out the representative of even the least participating party in an election, because that election cannot be said to be transparent when people who are supposed and whose name, the agent's name are already sent to INEC prior to elections. If somebody's name has been sent to INEC as the political party agent for an election, by right, the person has to be there before such announcement, such results are collated, to avoid a situation where people can just be in the comfort of their room and say, no, I was shut out of the collation. So INEC must learn from this, and this may give a lot of credibility question to the outcome of any election where you don't allow even the least participating party to experience the process of making the result of such an election.
All right, Olufemi. It appears Nelson has
in reaction to Femi, INEC has the right. If you, as a party agent, want to constitute yourself into a nuisance in disrupting the process, INEC has the right to tell you to leave. And if you don't leave, they will be forced to tell the security agents to walk you out. Because it is not because at every level, they have a specified role to play according to the law. Every level is guided by law, what they should do. So if at level A, your party agent has not complained, it means it is well and good. If it goes to the ward and your party agent has not complained, if it comes to the local government and your party agent has not complained, when it gets to the states, those observations you have, it is for you to bring it to the notice of the chief returning officer. Don't forget, the role of the chief returning officer is to make announcements and not to treat your complaint. Your complaint should form part of your documents to challenge the entire process. Because the chief returning officer under law is expected to make announcements based on results collated by law. The returning officer is not empowered under law to listen to you and say he's cancelling the election. He doesn't have that pass. I think the critical thing here is that we need a lot of education on what the Constitution says, what the Electoral Act says, and what the INEC rules and regulations says. A lot of times, people run with their emotions. If somebody has said, oh, we were rigged, at every level it is sorted out.
All right, Nelson. Okay, so very quickly, collation has resumed at the Edo State Collation Center. We're now bringing you live pictures from that, where we're getting results from the remaining local government.
Party AAC 56, Party ADC 244, Party ADC 244, Party ADP 149, Party ADP 149, APC 16338, APC 16338, Party APGA 1216, Party APGA 216, Party APM 31, Party APM 31, Party APP 61, Party APP 61, Party BP 64, Party BP 64, Party LP 4026, 4026, Party NNPP 368, Party NNPP 368, Party NRM 108, Party NRM 108, Party PDP 26382, Party PDP 26382, Party PRP 307, Party PRP 307, Party SDP 127, Party SDP 2127, Party YPP 79, Party YPP 79, Party ZLP 50, Party ZLP 50. Total valid votes 48784, 48784. Rejected votes 1455, rejected votes 1455. Total votes cast 50239, 50239. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we use it? Thank you very much, the LGA coalition officer. Was there any polling unit or ward where elections were not held or cancelled? And if there are, what are the reasons for the cancellation or elections not being held around that place? Thank you. Somebody
Yes, sir. One word already was one word.
It's like the batteries has gone.
Yes, sir. One ward, Ward 2, Orebeni, was cancelled and all the parties were scored 0. Reasons? Because they did not use beavers and the polling unit results were not produced.
Okay. You have, let me have this thing. You have the supporting documents?
Yes. The polling unit results were nowhere to be found. And the report from the World Commission...
Beavers was not used?
Yes.
And so there was no accreditation?
There was no accreditation.
If there is no accreditation, there will be no result?
Yes.
That is the implication?
And they were scored 0, all the parties that took part.
Thank you. Any other explanation? Comment, please. Yes, sir. Then we'll move down.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
we don't have a mic.
I represent APC in this coalition center. The word in question, if the elections were held, we would have been able to close in the gap and also win the election in that local government. That is one. In some local government, we are just trying to note down that by the time we get the certified true copies of the proper accreditation from the beavers, we will know the steps we are going to take further. But this is not the place to talk about beavers now or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
My name is Tony Osaibo. I represent the PDP. I just like to put this one out. It's interesting to know that we are standing for our people. It's the home of Ireland. Here we are speaking about now. And we recall this exercise started at 10 a.m. this morning, and then we went on break at 3 because our returning officer told us that the remaining 2 local governments they have to finish. Checking time now is almost 9 p.m. to collate the results for Gov'ship where we are sitting. Whereas the result that comes from the South West will get here in at least 4 hours. It tells you kind of seconds. That's right. This is Gov'ship. I've already know the last one that was declared as 17th. It's 100 meters away. These results have been with INEC since yesterday. They call these results in.
Sir, please can you address the chair? No, I'm not stopping.
I wish I had a microphone. It's good that the whole world knows you. Yes. So please, I do not know how we have put everybody here to suffer all day when these things will have been read in the morning. On the final note, sir, I will just beg that INEC for once follow this rule. I'm standing on Article 62, sir, of the INEC Rules and Regulations of 2022. I'd like to demand for suspension of the declaration of the Edo governorship election result pending determination and resolution of margin of issue. I don't have a mic. I wish to demand for the suspension of the declaration of the Edo governorship election result pending determination and resolution of margin of issue. These Gov'ship and Korean results get definitely held back because of numbers, so they can play with the numbers. We wish to write to request for the suspension of the ongoing collation and declaration of September 21st, 2024 global election in Edo State, following revelations that the margin of lead in final results related are far below the total number of TVCs collected in the TVC where elections could not hold or were cancelled. Section 62 of INEC regulation and guidelines for the conduct of elections provides for the margin of lead requirement to be satisfied as a precondition for the final declaration of results. Evidently, elections were cancelled or could not hold in a total of 462 units across 18 LGUs in the state.
Thank you.
We hereby
Thank you very much, sir.
Sorry, I'm not done, sir. We hereby demand for a suspension of final declaration and the decision of the Commission for appropriate review of results and will be done accordingly.
Thank you very much.
For the case of numbers, so that the threshold will not be met. That is why these results were benefited left and right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Just let me have the 392 782. Wait, 391. Submit your report. Please give us the result. LGA. Sir, what is the observation, please? Go ahead. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead, please.
The observation we have is that you are not compassionate as your colleague because he has been just came. You don't know where he has been. He has not explained to us why the delay. You have to be compassionate. You have to. And also, sir, logistics for election is quite good. You are the professor, and I'm sure that the research is doing with commission whether we ought to run the totalitarian government. For example, that opinions of oppositions or minorities are not recorded. Now, election has been conducted, so much amount spent. We are back, fought, and we are not moving forward. So, don't you think that elections 4 years in, 4 years out is a waste of resources?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. It is noted, but I think we have made our point very clear that all issues, make them available formally. What we are simply doing here, and I want to repeat, is that we are collating results from various local governments. And we have to make progress in this. Whatever observations or complaint you have, you are to present this thing formally to the commission. And that is what is tenable. But on the lighter note, I want to sincerely apologize, and I think I have said it time without number, that we apologize for keeping you longer than necessary. And I think you have accepted our apology. I don't know why you have to revisit that issue. Accepted. Thank you very much. Please.
392 782
392
61.
You can go.
61437.
61437. 3437.
88. 90. 56. 244. 16338. 16338. 16338. 216. 31. 61. 464. 4026. 368. 108.
382, right?
307. 127. 79. 50. 4878. 4878. 1455. 155.
Yes, sir.
502.
Live pictures from the State Collation Center in Benin City, Edo State, where the results from all 18 local government areas are now being transferred to the final result sheets, after which the State Collation Officer, who's also the returning officer, would announce the final result and winner of that keenly contested election. There in the studio, I still have Nelson Ekujumi, Kayode Ladende, and via Zoom, we have Olufemi Lawson. Gentlemen, talking about some of the comments we've heard from this coalition room, we've heard some of the parties make some statements, and I know that back room, we're debating some of these issues. So, Nelson, just address some of them.
Yes, what I'm trying to say here is that I'm just trying to inform Nigerians that any serious party, when an election takes place, the party must ensure that it has an agent at the polling station. A lot of times when you see parties come to the collation centers to make a drama of their situation, they already have the results. Because by law, their agents must have copies of the results at the polling stations. And a lot of the political parties have situation room whereby they collate the results themselves. And even when you collate the results and you feel you have been shortchanged, there are channels for ventilating your grievances. The role of the chief returning officer by law, because this is a process guided by law, his function here is to announce results. Whatever complaints you have, it is for you to bring it to the commission, and if the commission does not address it, then you take it to court. We have seen cases where senators' elections have been upturned by the court of law. We have seen governors who have been removed because the election did not, conform substantially with the provisions of the law. So let nobody gaslight you. Oh, we have been cheated. Somebody will vote in polling unit A. And when result, because a candidate he wants wins his polling unit, when the total result is announced and his preferred candidate loses, he will say the election has been rigged. As if the totality of the votes for election is determined by only your own polling units. Polling units make up wards. Wards make up local governments. Local government make up states. For example, in Edo State now, we have 18 local governments. Results must come from the returning officer of each local government. And what I said earlier on is that once a election has been conducted at the polling unit, at the ward level, if there's discrepancies from the polling unit, it will be resolved at the ward level. If it's not resolved at the ward level, the result will never go to the local government. It will never. Because there are several, all these levels of the process as stakeholders. You have the party agents, you have observers, you have the security agents, and even the media if they want to. So, for you to play games, it means you must have compromised everybody, and which is very difficult. So, every step has checks and balances. When people come up and say, oh, we have been robbed, any right-thinking person should say, provide the evidence of why you have been robbed. Is it at the police station? Is it at the ward? Is it at the local government? Is it at the... But when somebody just comes up and make bogus statements that how can the party have this score? Is it your duty to determine the number of people that should vote for a particular party? No. And even when parties collate their results, it is not their responsibility to announce it. It's a violation of the law. The responsibility to announce results by law rests squarely with INEC. Any party that does that is going against the law, and it is time we start clamoring for sanctions such that we will the big stick against our politicians who want to incite us because they have lost elections. Elections should not be a do or die affair. It should be a contest, a competition. You win, you smile. You lose, you are bitter, but you know I will come back another day. It's not the end of the world. But unfortunately, we want to incite violence because we know we have lost. When we know we have another chance to come again, maybe in 4 years' time, if we know what we are doing.
So whatever the outcome, it should be received in good faith.
It should be received in good faith. It could be received with reservation. It could be received with, I do not agree with this result, but the legal and the justiciable thing to do is to approach the tribunal. However, you know, while he was talking, I wish I could ask him this question, though you are the uncle, but then it's an engagement. You know, I was just looking at Mr. Kujimi, not just as a realist, because he's a street man. I'm also looking at the idealism he's pushing. Now, I know this for sure. I'm not making an assumption that sometimes our politicians are very, very desperate. What do I mean? I'm just going to speak because I'm a journalist, so that I'm not accused of partisanship. Now, you will look at some areas where the opposition cannot even bring out his own party agent. And you know what that happens? When your agent is not there to checkmate the excesses of the other thing, anything is possible. Even by nature, when there is no kind of, just like our children, when you are not monitoring them, they do a lot of things. And when they see you, they withdraw. So that's to let you know that as far as these politicians are concerned, they are capable of doing a whole lot of abracadabra. That's when you will have 99% turnout. So what happens? Is INEC compromised? INEC may be scared. INEC officials may be scared. When there's nobody to even say, let me see what is happening. We saw this in presidential election. We saw this at governorship election, where a particular region will just give us figures and we have no agent who will countersign and say, I do not agree with these figures being released. So I feel, because we are about to always critiquing the system and see how we can improve, I feel we should get to that level where everything is on the electronic level. We can see, now we've addressed the issue of accreditation, but then, let me give you an example of what politicians do. Because sometimes you need to know how they also manipulate the system for you to even do a report against the excesses. Some of the things they do is, if Nelson is supporting party ABD, and I'm supporting party XYZ, and Bossa is supporting party GFH, and Nelson is able to negotiate with me that I need to defeat this person. What I need to do is, probably you don't have a spread to even have party agents in that particular area. You'll be counting on Nelson's party agent to checkmate the excesses of my party. But if you want to gang up against you, what Nelson needs to do is probably not to pay the party agents, his own party agents, and they do not show up on that day.
Rakade, please, let's quickly turn attention back to the collation center now. The final results are ready, and we're about to hear from the collation officer.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, here we have Form EC8E. That is the form that we are going to fill for the declaration of the winner of the election. You can see it's sealed. It has not been opened, and so we are going to open it now. Stamp it. Blank.
After which the tally would be done and the winner of this contest announced. All right, and as that process continues, let's move on with the discussion here. Joining me via Zoom rather, is Olufemi Lawson. So Olufemi, we have been talking about the place of electronic voting, the place of technology in improving our election process in Nigeria. And we are getting there. You know, we've spoken about card readers, now we are at the state of beavers, and it's the expectation of at least Nelson and Kayode here that we get to that point where it is completely electronic. Everyone who is eligible has a right and has the opportunity to actually vote regardless of what they are or what their duty will be on election day. What do you say about this?
I must agree with them that we've made a lot of progress. For those of us who were around in 1999, we witnessed the election. In 2003, what we had was not what can be described as election by any measurement or standard. That was the year we had people like Mike Tyson on our ballot, on our voters register. In those states, palm kernel voted. Palm trees, pictures were used as pictures of eligible voters. It was all sort of fraud. What was called the voters register in Nigeria then. But over the years, 21 years after, we made a lot of progress through the advocacy of Nigerians, through advocacy of the civil society, the media, and through the cooperation of the National Assembly. We've been able to advance the cause of our election by achieving electronic registration of voters, which we started. The biometric voters accreditation system came. Now we have advanced to the extent that now we have a portal where real-time results can be transmitted, even before we get to the point of electronic voting, where you can actually vote from your comfort, where, irrespective of where you are, basically you can have access to a polling station without necessarily going to spend hours. I must agree that we've made a lot of progress and it has improved on a lot of our elections. Now, I think we must begin to take the next legislative step by ensuring that computation of our result becomes also electronic legally before we now get to the final point, which is going to be electronic voting. If we can now compute our result electronically to the extent that why this result, like in Edo State, it was almost 100% yesterday, loading of results on IREF, it means we can also advance to the extent that result can be tabulated real time and actual voting per party is shown real time, and that by the end of every election day, we already know the winner without going unnecessarily to scamper for where to sit at the collation center, as the case is now. Then we can now begin to talk about electronic voting, which will look like the final stage. Everything is subject to advancement technologically. But I think now we must shift our advocacy as Nigerians, as media, as civil society, to the next phase of technological advancement in our election, which is the electronic computation of our result, which must be made legal through the necessary amendment to our electoral law. Because as it is today, as beautiful as the IRF is, it is not yet still admissible as a legal tool for announcement of election results in Nigeria. Election results, irrespective of what you have seen on the IRF, are still going to be announced at the collation center, at the ward, at the local government, and like what we are seeing currently as the state collation center. So we must move away from this culture of waiting for pen and paper to tabulate results and allow a system where technology will bring out real-time, tally of our election results without unnecessarily wasting time. This is second day of this election, and if care is not taken, we will run into the third day. We do hope it doesn't extend beyond today.
All right. And coming to you, Nelson, earlier, Kayode was saying something about some of the gimmicks adopted by some of these politicians to scuttle the process, uniting, against.
Yes, I think it is important for us to tell ourselves the basic truth that the propensity of man to be mischievous cannot be measured, is immeasurable. And the fact remains that the electoral umpire has upped its game. The human element that the politicians now deploy is another thing entirely. For example, he has given you a vivid illustration whereby I'm a candidate in an election, and for me to compromise your own fortune there, I can even induce your party agents. I can induce your party agents to look the other way. But the beauty of it is that with the beavers, even when I induce your party agents, the total number of votes must tally with the number recorded on the beavers machine. What I can only do is that maybe when voters come to the polling stations and I'm openly inducing them by saying, vote for my party. If your party agent was up and doing, he will resist, he will raise alarm. I won't even be able to do it. I'll be doing it discreetly. So if your party agents now compromise and you allow me to run a wire, don't forget the electoral umpire has made it possible such that only somebody with a PVC can vote, because the Beavers machine must accredit you. If it doesn't accredit you, you cannot vote. We have seen cases where when results are brought to the ward from the polling station, because when results are brought from the polling station, that's another education we need to give our viewers. The ward INEC officer checks the results of the polling stations vis-a-vis the Beavers machine, where 125 people are recorded as being accredited on the Beavers, and you bring result sheet that the total number of votes is 130. It means there has been a manipulation in the number of ballot papers you gave out. It means 5 people who were not accredited have voted. And because we cannot determine who the 5 people are, the automatic thing is to cancel the result of that polling station. So the human element is a very difficult thing to address. But INEC has used technology to limit everybody. So if INEC has done that, and even as a party, like he has said, somebody returns 99% result for a particular political party, once the party that has lost that election is not raising any eyebrow, no complaint, you know, in law, when there's no complainant, there's no case.
That's true.
So if I'm not raising complaint because of...
The court is not a Father Christmas.
Yes, if I'm not raising complaint because of cultural, family ties, it's just, for example, if my son is assuming my son is not told, so that people will not say I said it on air. Once a son or a family member comes into my house, cuts away all my property, everybody sees that my house has been burgled. Will you go and report to the police on my behalf? You can't. Because the police will ask you, go and bring, is it your property that was stolen?
Yeah,
go and bring the receipt. If the police come to me and say, Mr. Nelson, we heard that your house was burgled. If I tell the police my house was not burgled, will the police force me to come and write statement? So that's just it. So long as people who have been shortchanged have not deemed it fit to take the necessary action, we are armstrong. There's nothing we can do.
All right. So it means that somehow, and that's why the law exists, really. That's why the courts exist. The tribunal,
yes,
to start with, you table your grievances.
With facts.
Yes, with evidence. Because the courts would always say, we are no Father Christmas.
Femi Lawson was talking about the IREV. Under the Constitution, the IREV is a viewing portal. The courts has made it clear that under the Constitution, the IREV is not a collation center.
You mean the Electoral Act now?
Yes, the IREV is not
because the Constitution has not been updated after the IREV.
The Electoral Act, the IREV is not a collation center. It's like what happened in the 2023 election. It's like you watching a football match. A goal has been scored. The referee has confirmed from VAR. The referee has pointed to the center.
Yes.
The other team has gone there to pass. And somebody now say because the goal didn't come on the electronic scoreboard, then we should assume a goal was not scored. Abba. The law under the Constitution and the Electoral Act, it says manual and electronic transmission. But because we know we have technology challenges, you were talking about the uploading of results on IREV, the presidential election. If you recollect, on that day, I was an observer, I was going around. I met a lot of people. Ordinarily, if you want to know your polling station, yes, because there are a lot of new voters, you just need to click on the INEC INEC website on your phone, and it will bring out your polling station with the voter's card number. But on that day, in the morning of that day, it was like that system, was heavily trafficked.
Glitch.
So it couldn't function properly. So when people must recognize that, look, some of these things are natural. When there are too many vehicles on a road, there will be traffic logjam. But that's why a lot of us, when we want to when we want to go out for some activities, we do it on a Sunday, when we know there will be less traffic and you can move freely. But when there's everybody on the road, there's nothing you can do. It's turn by turn. Except if your car has a wing that you can make you fly to your destination.
It's amphibious.
I will continue to look for. I wanted to say I will continue to look for his trouble. What I'm actually saying is that I want us to, yes, maybe I'm looking for an utopic world, an El Dorado, but beyond that, I want us to go deeper by seeing how we can stop the mischief of these actors, how they had the audacity, to come up with figures that cannot, because sometimes, let's be realistic, some don't have money to hire lawyers. Some don't have money to, the last time I tried it, did I make any progress? I don't have enough money. I don't have enough time. Sometimes it's about the windows for you to gather evidence to, track some of these alleged malpractices. So these are things that I feel prevention should be better than cure. Rather than going to the tribunal, let's have a transparent game. When Trump, I'm sorry to mention the name now, when Trump boldly said the system was compromised in the last election, a lot of Americans felt attacked as a country. That how dare you challenge a system that has been for more than 200 years? How dare you try to embarrass us as a nation that we conducted, that kind of fraudulent election? We should get to that level where even irrespective of your partisan leaning, we should know that this system is foolproof. So that's my worry, that whatever it is, because INEC has proven to us that they are innovative every year in, year out. I'm even looking forward to that review, because they will come to Lagos, they will come to other places and bring in stakeholders like Nelson, who will open their eyes, because I know why he's speaking so defensive of INEC, because he knows their system. He watches what they do. They carry him in along. So sometimes when he's even speaking for INEC, you almost think that he's the spokesperson of INEC, because he's carried along. I totally understand. But I want him to bring this to the table. Hopefully I should be part of the review too. Yeah. To bring this to the table, how do we stop people, if I don't even have money to pay agents, if I don't have money to, if I don't even have supporters in that area, can't you just tell me that you had this number of votes, I should trust the system, yes, and not necessarily my party agents? I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying.
I understand you very well, but what I've just told you now, like what INEC has put in place, like you have said, people have, assumed I'm the PRO of INEC, and I tell them I don't work for INEC. I'm just somebody. We have a relationship because we want a better Nigeria. We want our elections to be, to be excellent. The issues at stake now is that under law, you are expected to have your eyes at polling stations. But like you have rightly admitted, if you don't have your eyes there, you expect that even the voters themselves can be your agent, because there's virtually no election we hold these days that at the conclusion of the process that you don't see voters hanging around to monitor the process. So that also is part of the civic.
Nelson, the voters that can be intimidated in a very strong zone of the... What I'm saying, sir, let me explain what I'm saying. Maybe I should be mentioning it because, it's a very sensitive issue before I'm accused. In Mushi now, you look at in Mushi now, I don't have strong vote. It's populated by a particular party. There will not be any agent for me. One, probably the agent is scared. The voters are all going to vote for this particular party.
Most likely.
So what happens to me trusting that the vote that will come is just the 50% turnout that truly come out and not 99% that is on paper.
Because the beavers is the game changer.
Okay.
No matter the game they play, anybody who is not a registered voter in that polling station cannot vote. Don't also forget, let me also educate us. You see, INEC has upped this game. Ballot papers and beavers machine. The beavers machine is configured for beavers machine for polling unit 01. You can't take it to polling unit 02.
Perfect.
It will not work. Because that beavers machine...
Who is there to check this thing? I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that...
Who is there to check that the beavers... Because when you will do that, it's probably when you get to the tribunal.
No. You know how it works. You know how it works is that each polling unit has registered voters in that unit. You know, on election day, you go to you can't go to another unit where your name is not on the register.
Yes.
Your name is on the register in a unit. Everybody is registered to a particular unit. You can't leave polling unit 1 that your card shows this is where you
vote. Yeah.
You can't go to polling unit. They will not be able to, because when they put your card on the system, it will not recognize it. So there will be nothing to authenticate until you come back to it. And even if INEC officer becomes compromised and takes the beavers from polling unit 1 to polling unit 20,
beautiful,
he's wasting his time. It will not work. That election is as good as not being held. So what happens there is that INEC has played its role in ensuring that if 50 people voted in that polling unit, those 50 people are voters for that polling unit. Once the number of voters with ballot papers counted exceeds the numbers recorded on the beavers, that election is 0, is null and void. So that's also part of the transparency to help you. But as much as we are talking about that 50, if you don't have an agent or if you don't have the power to put somebody there to monitor it, it's not unlikely that party A that has a stronghold there will tell all the people who are coming to vote, this is the party you must support, but you must be rest assured that those are voters for that polling unit, not that they will import. You know, in the past, somebody will just one person with thumbprint is no longer applicable.
Or you stay in one bush and begin to
it does not happen again.
That's true.
Yes. So those are part of the engagements, and this thing you have spoken about is something we can continue to think and see what is the way forward. Because it's about our tomorrow, about our society. So it's a good observation.
Yeah, and making our democracy better.
Yeah.
And as you've also, made a case for this actually being included, not just in the Electoral Act, but progressing even to the Constitution to reflect the fact that we are moving forward.
Absolutely.
So hopefully by 2027, either it's beavers or some other machine, but we expect to see some improvement in technology to make the process more...
Like the advocacy I began in your last segment, the advocacy is the journalists want to vote.
Indeed.
We have voters' card, and but because we're restricted to polling unit, and I think the only way we can do it, in my head now, because I know INEC will come up with more better options, is to make sure that wherever I am, I can vote.
Yeah.
But if it is, restricted to a particular area, journalists who are covering elections.
Okay, Kade, let's quickly take a pause. The results are about to be announced. Final results from the State Collation Center in Benin City, Edo State.
And subsequent declaration of the winner. And so I start. I, Professor Farouk Adamukuta, hereby certify that I am the returning officer for the 2024 Edo State governorship election held on the 21st of September 2024. That the election was contested. The candidate received the following votes. Party AA, 222 votes. Party A, Party A, 222 votes. Party AA, 206 votes. Party AAC, 273 votes. Party ADC, 1,956 votes. Party ADP, 1,099 votes. Party APC, 291,667 votes. Party ABGA, 1,242 votes. Party APM, 151 votes. Party APP, 144 votes. Party BP, 217 votes. Party LP, 22,763 votes. Party NNPP, NNPP, 1,034 votes. Party NRM, 720 votes. Party PDP, 247,274 votes. Party PRP, 635 votes. Party SDP, 537 votes. Party YPP, 296 votes. Party ZLP, 254 votes. That Akwebola Monday of APC, having satisfied the requirement of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected. Signed by the returning officer, Professor Farouk Adamukuta, this day, 22nd day of September 2024. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless Edo State. Thank you very much.
Your name
Manufacturing to their MOU today.
There was a lot of drama here last night, you know, and your party was also involved in what happened here in the dead of the night. Now that it has been all concluded, do you think all that was justified?
Well, you see, what happened yesterday is somebody who said he's going to burn Nigeria. For you to see him in the premises where election materials are kept, it's dangerous. Obaseki is a dangerous person right now. And we are calling on the immigration to be watchful because the next move is for him to zap.
In spite of everything that has happened, is the government ready to stretch a hand of peace to all the parties?
It's going to form a government of unity because before the elections, you can see more than 8 political parties endorse him. So he's definitely going to form a government of unity. They saw in him what is not in Obaseki. So he's going to unite the state and bring the state together. Because it is only with that unity and peace that can attract development to the state.
The People's Democratic Party say they will be challenging the result of this exercise in court, and they probably seem to have a lot to say about what happened here today. Well, of course, you talked about manufacturing, even though sarcastically you're talking about MOU. But of course, they talked about results manufactured. Don't you think that will be a major thorn in the flesh of this victory that you scored here today?
No, it's not possible because when you talk, how do you manufacture results? You don't manufacture because our process starts from the pooling units, and the results you have seen there are results that emanated from the pooling units, and it reflects what happened in the field as at that yesterday. And as I speak, the results that are being read out today are results that we already know through our situation room because we are collating them from our situation room. Exit poll already show that we are going to win the election.
And you believe that this exercise was transparent?
It is.
I feel very happy. I want to tell you that I'm starting from where I'm supposed to. And I want to let you also know that I would like to emulate what Agwapa has done in Akwa Ibom State. Although we receive a new transformation, by the grace of God, Edo is back again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now listen very well. Everything and anything that God cannot do does not exist. And that is why well-ordinary men and women boast of their power. Those with wisdom know that power resides only with God. And those who win it on the planet Earth are only the few that that God has so anointed. And that's why when some people say election is a do or die, we say no. It's about choice, it's about celebration of the power of the ordinary citizen to hire and fire people who otherwise can even cite death sentence. Now, today, God by his infinite powers has decreed Senator Mode Akpakomiza alias Akpako Rescue. Some now call him Akpako Miracle because I don't need all of that to make up for the 8-year disaster of Obaseki and Aswed together. Yes. So on this day, first we give thanks to God Almighty that we did all those campaigns without casualty. That we did all those campaigns without any allegation against the candidate and any one of us committing violence on anyone. Even when they planned and they did succeeded in killing his bodyguard in order to frighten him, God said, my son who I have anointed will not be frightened. So tonight, it can only be joy and joy and joy. I give all the praises to God our Creator that he has made his own son, who he has chosen to clean the mess of the outgoing and even not outgone Obaseki and the fake artificial intelligence he was going to bring. Edo will now be governed by a combination of a man enriched with native wisdom, a man familiar with the custom and tradition of Edo State, a man who by his personal lifestyle is humble, gentle, but focused, a man who has used his personal resources to show love and commitment to babies, to mothers, to the elderly, to children, and to community. We can call him a guy who has huge credentials in terms of community services. A man who just looks like me and said that he's younger, he's fresher, and he has better energy to do the job that God has now entrusted in his shoulders. So I am a very happy man, I am a fulfilled man, and now I ask God in his infinite powers to further enrich him with wisdom so that together he will make a difference. Let it be said, 10 years after his rule, people will say, during Senator Monday, now we get this school. During Senator Monday, now we get this hospital. During Senator Monday, now we get this road. For me, it's a personal fulfillment. And those who say there will be bloodbath, God has put them to shame. There is no single reported incident of anybody being shot during this election. There is no one who is in the hospital. So when the national acting chairman of PDP said there will be bloodbath, I don't go say no, there will be celebration. So for me, it is important that there is no violence. Even those who refuse to sign peace agreement have been consumed by the war in their heart, not the war provided by anybody. So to God be the glory. Now, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I have the special honor, and I want you to listen, the special honor and rare privilege to produce a man who God has created and whose parents, knowing his future, decided to give him God's will. God's will, no man's will. Uncommon Senate President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He has come to Edo, typical of him, to lie low, quiet, invisible, all in prayers that may the will of God prevail in this election. Who else can that be? The only Senate President in the history of Nigeria who, while he seated, encouraged, supported, mobilized, and did everything that was within his powers, legally and democratically and transparently, to ensure that one of his own colleagues, because he accepted us as his colleague, even though he's our boss in the Senate, to support one of us to become a governor. And I speak of no one else, but the man whose parents know what he will be when they name him God's will. Akpabio, the uncommon senator of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The man who has showed so much commitment to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's vision for renewed hope, and the man who is willing to take all the bullets to ensure that the ship of state remain afloat using his legislative powers, for which I am proud to say he is my Senate President. God's will, Akpabio. How do you feel on an occasion like this?
Oshobaba has said it all. For me, I believe that this is a turning point in the politics of Edo. This is a turning point in the politics of Edo State. The will of God has been done today. I regard this day as a day of liberation.
You meant God's will?
Yes, I believe strongly that God's will has been done today in Edo State. And I also want you to know that the will of God for people is nothing but progress, happiness, joy, and prosperity. I believe strongly that the election of Edo, though very tense at the beginning, the outcome is a reflection of the confidence that Nigerians have continued to express in President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that his administration has made a mess on the ground, but they are doing their best to see how they can turn around the fortunes of Nigerians. I want to tell you to remain patient and continue to support the president, support his administration, and know that yes, even like what has happened in Edo now, is a clear reflection of what will happen in Ondo in the next.
Finally, the results have been announced and the winner has been declared for the Edo State governorship election. It is Monday Okpevolo, candidate of the All Progressives Congress in this keenly contested election. He polled a total of 291,667 votes to beat his closest rival, candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Asue Ighodalo, who polled a total of 247,274 votes. Let's bring you live pictures, the celebration from the home of Adams Oshiomhole, where the APC camp is rejoicing.
My predecessor in office and all the other, in fact, so many governors have been here from the APC extraction. And then, of course, the chairman of the Edo APC, who has been suffering in INEC, I've been watching him, maintaining his calm and mien. He was prepared to take the outcome of the elections. He did not spew out violence. There was no single person that lost his tire. There was nobody that died. So Monday, this is God's decision. This is God's will. Nobody, you do not need to shed blood in order to become a governor. Yes, take care of your people. God has entrusted Edo into your hands. And may God guide you. May God be with you. Amen. May prosperity come from you. May the works of your hands be spared by God. Amen. And may you continue to go higher and higher. In Jesus' name. Amen. Congratulations.
Now that APC has joined you, now that Edo has joined you in the APC race, what does it mean for your state in the
South? Well, you need to know that in the last election, the votes from my senatorial district alone was more than the votes of the 5 states of the South is joined together, despite the situation. So what has happened today is that yes, Cross River State is APC, now Edo is APC. Who knows? I don't know about Akwa, but I can tell you something. I don't want to say so that they will not. This interview will be misunderstood. But I want to tell you something. That the entire South will stand solidly behind the present administration, and it will reflect in our support even in 2027.
Assessment of the election.
I'm one of the
Our pictures from Benin City, Edo State. We have just heard from the governor-elect, Monday Okpebholo. We've also heard from a member of the 10th Senate, Adams Oshiomhole, and from the president of the 10th Senate himself, Godswill Akpabio, all rejoicing over the emergence of Monday Okpebholo, a sitting member of the Senate, actually, who has now emerged winner of the Edo State governorship election. Gentlemen in the studio, we've watched it on live TV. Adams Oshiomhole became a choir master of sorts, leading the songs, coordinating the people. Nelson.
Well, you know, Adams Oshiomhole is a good orator. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was once a choir master or even an organist himself. And he has shown us that he has that skill, which he displayed at that venue. For me, the outcome of the election is one that reflects the will of the people of Edo State, because I was personally there. I saw the whole thing live. But for me, the lesson we should take home is that it's my hope that in the next 4 years, we'll be able to beat our chest and say Governor Monday Okpebholo has touched the lives of the people of Edo State. He has transformed their life. That is the greatest lesson I want us to draw from this victory. And I hope Governor Okpebholo, Governor-elect, sorry, he's still Governor-elect now, that when he assumes
and still a 7th senator.
Yes, when he assumes the reins of power, you will know that he has his work cut out for him. I was in Edo State. The Edo State I visited 4 years ago, 8 years ago. I can't see any difference in the landscape and even in the life of the people. So I'll be very happy, because when I got there, I was not too happy, but I'll be very happy if the new governor-elect, takes it upon himself to ensure that after 4 years, the life of the people of Edo State will not be where it was when he assumed the reins of power.
All right, let's hear from Olufemi Lawson as well. Final results have been declared. We've heard, call that acceptance speech now from Monday Okpebholo.
Very good. Now that the long-awaited hour has come, the governor has been elected to succeed Governor Godwin Obaseki. I think what must now take the center stage is the people of Edo State. What they stand to benefit from this? Politicians have played their role. The electoral officials have played their role. What are the expectations of the people of Edo State? And I think that should be the focus of the governor-elect when he eventually assumes office. I listened to the various speakers at the residence of Comrade Adams Oshiomhole. A lot of those speeches did not really capture, the focus which I had expected it should. I've seen people appreciating Mr. President. I've seen people rallying support for Mr. President. I've seen people promising South for Mr. President and the likes. I think as leaders of the party, APC, that are not taking over, that will be taking over governance in Edo State, I think there must be messages of hope also beyond the celebration, so that the people of Edo State will actually appreciate the essence of this decision that they have made. Because just like Nelson said, for anybody who is familiar with Edo State, you come and agree that when you talk about development, despite the age of the state and the resources of the state being a Niger Delta state, not much has been achieved, particularly in the last 8 years, for the people. Then what hope are we bringing for them in the next 4 years to be the center of conversation now? Let me first also congratulate the winner of this election. And for people who are dissatisfied, the windows are open for them to challenge the outcome of this process, but that we have an election without bloodshed is something that we must congratulate ourselves as Nigerians and as the people of Edo State for.
All right, let's quickly hear from our senior correspondent, Sarah Ayeku, who is standing by at the home of Adams Oshiomhole, where we've just got reaction from the winning team in this context. Sarah, talk to us about the mood there and how they're receiving this announcement of victory.
You can see the excitement in the room, Abasete. Just moments ago, the All Progressives, the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, excuse me, ma'am. Thank you so much. Just moments ago, we saw the INEC official announced that the candidate of the All Progressives Congress has been declared, he was declared winner for this election. Talk about a sweet victory for the All Progressives Congress. Say it's a long-awaited victory for the All Progressives Congress. You won't be wrong about that. It's taken hours of waiting just to see today for the All Progressives Congress. And some of the things that the governor-elect had talked about that he was going to be doing for the people of Edo State. One profound thing that he said, apart from him, also Senator representing Edo North Senatorial District, that's Senator Adams Oshiomhole, the president of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, something they really talked about was how they wanted to erase or continue from where Senator Adams Oshiomhole started from while he was governor of the state for 8 years. And so for the atmosphere around here, it's pretty, it's celebratory mood. They're in celebratory mood. They've been celebrating even earlier when we saw governors from the All Progressives Congress. A lot of them came into town just to ensure that they soak up this victory, because this victory for the candidates of the All Progressives Congress may be too much for him, and that's why he's at the house of Senator Adams Oshiomhole alongside other party chieftains to celebrate this victory and, of course, encourage people to support the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Right, Sarah Iku, thank you very much for that update. Let's see if we'll be able to get back to you for more updates from that end. Kade is itching to say something about this.
I think it's a very big lesson, and for everyone who is actually monitoring this election, that if you fall before, that the case of Oshiomhole, when some people believe that it was lost out in the power game 4 years ago, for him to bounce back and also get this victory 4 years after, it's a lesson that as a politician, when you lose, all you need to do is to re-strategize. I feel one of the things that made PDP to lose this election is the fact that the current governor, lost out with a whole lot of some of his benefactors, some of the people who brought him to power. In politics, you need to reduce the number of your enemies. A whole lot of people came together. You can see the vote being boosted in the Edo North with the Shaibu coming to meet his estranged father. You can also see some people, the likes of Dan Obi, and quite a lot of people, come together. Even the Wike, that was a strong factor 4 years ago, could not say this time around, I am with you guys, because he actually, got angry with Obaseki. So I feel that politicians need to be careful. They need to see beyond whatever they are enjoying at the moment. There is something called the future, and it's so close.
All right, gentlemen, I must sincerely appreciate you for joining me in the studio. It's been great talking with you all and, gleaning from your wealth of experience covering elections. Olufemi Lawson, thank you so much for your time. Nelson Ekujumi, and, of course, my boss here, Kade Ladende, thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
Yes. So I'll be here at the top of the hour to bring you the news at 10, and be sure to have all of the update, a summation of the entire process leading up to this election. Please stay with us on TVC News.
Season of Big Brother Naija is a must follow. Follow every twist and turn with eyes wide open. Because even when the journey begins with chemistry, chaos follows. Strap in for 2 journeys in one house. Big Brother Naija Season 9, showing 24/7 on DSTV Channel 198 and GoTV Channel 49. Gold sponsor, Guinness. Black shines brightest.
Join the excitement with Betano, the premier sports betting platform in Nigeria and proud official partner of Aston Villa. Enjoy our award-winning experience with fantastic betting options, cash out, and engaging missions. Discover even more exclusive features. Join now and receive a welcome bonus of up to 200,000 naira. Betano. The game starts now.
You're watching Beyond 100 Days with Nifemi Oguntoye. President Tinubu since he assumed office.
We are on our way to progress.
6 out of the 8 APC federal lawmakers.
I have a movement structure that's going to take back our party in Enugu State. Because this one I'm seeing is tales by moonlight. It's not working.
So I'm wondering what you think, or who you think can stop him now.
He doesn't own the party.
One of the causes of inflation is because people cannot go to the farm.
The government still needs to do more so that people can eat.
I believe what clamoring for is more responsible use of social media. Not that people just go in there and think that they can say anything to anybody.
Tinubu is not one who believes in the simple. I mean, he wants to get it done. He will face it. He will get it done.
Yes, the president, from inception of his administration, focused squarely on diversifying the economy and driving in investments to cushion the effect of everything that we've seen, ranging from COVID-19 to the global commodity shocks, global financial crisis, and all of that.
I was privileged to have worked under a governor who believed in the system, who also built up the system, and I'm going to do the same.
All right, that's our show today, everyone. Thanks for being a part of it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Good morning, Marina Station and all the passengers.
Efficient, it's comfortable.
This development will go a long way in reducing congestion and emission.
The trains are a long-term solution to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final decisions on policies, programs of government that will have to ensure that the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
This is a major pedestrian bridge linking Oyinbo here to Apapa Road over there.
With this overpass, we are providing what we call a permanent solution.
This place is one of the most dangerous areas at the biosecurity environment.
This can go into the news and every crumbs of your neighborhood.
Our goal is to remain as Africa's model megacity, to move our GDP from the 5-6 position to the 3rd position, and we believe is achievable with all the commitments we have.
Explore the city of Lagos, where dreams are made and possibilities are endless. Amadedoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
School, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything.
If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
The month of September, it is dedicated to childhood cancer awareness. On the 8th of September is the International Literacy Day. On the 9th of September is the International Day to Protect Education from Attack. The 10th of September is the World Suicide Prevention Day, while on the 11th of September is the remembrance of the bombing of the World Trade Center in the United States, popularly known as the 9/11. On the 15th of September is the International Day of Democracy. On the 16th of September is the International Day for the Preservation of the Ozone Layer. The 21st of September is the International Day of Peace. The 23rd of September is the International Day of Sign Languages. The 26th of September is the World Maritime Day and the International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons. On the 27th of September is the World Tourism Day. On the 29th of September is the World Heart Day. Stay tuned to TVC News for this reports and analysis.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello and welcome. This is TVC News at 10. Our top stories. INEC declares APC's Monday Okpebholo winner of Edo governorship election with 291,667 votes. APC celebrates victory of Monday Okpebholo in Edo governorship election. Promises to turn the state around. Police embark on show of force, assures resident of Edo State of post-election safety. Outside Nigeria, United Nations warns of catastrophe, asks Israel and Hezbollah to step back as both parties threaten to increase cross-border attacks. Thank you so much for joining us on TVC News at 10. Monday Okpebholo is officially the governor-elect of Edo State. The Independent National Electoral Commission announced Monday Okpebholo winner with 291,667 votes. Candidate of the PDP, Asue Igodalo, followed closely with 247,274 votes. The Labour Party's candidate, Olumide Akpata, came a distant third with 20,763 votes.
Party APC, 291,667 votes. Party ABGA, 1,242 votes. Party APM, 151 votes. That Okpebholo Monday of APC, having satisfied the requirement of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
And it's jubilation from the governor-elect and the All Progressives Congress as a final declaration was made by returning officer Professor Farouk Adamu Kota, who is the Vice-Chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, MENA. Former Governor of Edo State, Adams Oshiomhole, and President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, as well as governors of the APC, were present in Benin City to celebrate the outcome.
Edo will receive a new transformation. By the grace of God, Edo is back again.
Let's get more from our senior correspondent, Sarah Yeko, who is standing by in Benin City. Sarah, bring us up to speed on the mood in Benin City following the emergence of Monday Okpebholo as governor-elect.
Mixed feelings. If you say the mood in Benin City, it's mixed feelings, particularly for the opposition. For the opposition, this is not a good time for them, but for the winners, that's the All Progressives Congress, it's a victory that they have longed for a long time. And this battle started not just months ago, it started years ago, when you talk about the political weight and the political influence of former Governor Adams Oshiomhole and his influence, his impact in this election going forward. there's always been the conversations about how important grassroots politics is to actually how the person would emerge winner of a particular election. And I think today it was proven by all means that this man, Monday Okwevolo, who has been a grassroots politician for quite some time, has emerged winner of the Edo State governorship election. He polled 291,667 votes, while the opposition party polled 247,274 votes. And so for the winner, where we talked to him when he gave his acceptance speech, rather short acceptance speech, because I think he was really overwhelmed, because you need to see how we've been going round the city with him. He's been doing a lot of consultation. You know, there was like a long pause where there were just 2 local governments remaining. There was a long pause, and then we came back on again. 1 more local government. There was that pause. That pause, I tell you, was a long wait. It was a long wait because they were waiting to celebrate, since they had seen the figures on IRF. They had seen the figures gotten figures from the various polling units, from the wards, from their party agents in the field. And so, seeing those figures, they were just waiting for the moment INEC would declare Monday Okwevolo as the winner of this election.
And victory was really so sweet for them. Look at them singing different songs and, you know, making a promise to make Edo State better. Talk to us more about what Monday Okwevolo, you know, has said about what he hopes to do for Edo people, even as he, you know, take over the helm of affairs there.
Before I get to what he said he had in store for the people of Edo State, and I think they should look forward to this time, because one thing Senator Adams Oshiomhole talked about is the fact that this man understands the grassroots. He understands what works for the people. He understands how to bring an elitist idea down to the grassroots. He understands how to break it down and how much impact that whatever policy he has in store for the people. He understands how it will permeate through the nooks and crannies of every rural community, because you know that communities have had various least expectations from the new governor. But before I go to specifics about what he said, let me bring on the party chieftain, you know, who was here moments ago while, you know, the celebration was on. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. How do you feel? He's representing the APC. Now, that's at the national Deputy National Publicity Secretary. Thank you so much for joining us. Come up here, sir.
Thank you very much.
So talk to us about, I know that for the All Progressives Congress, right, this victory is sweet, it's long awaited. How do you feel tonight?
Absolutely. We are floating in the air. We are so, you know, so happy, so glad that Edo people have made a very loud statement. And that is that the administration, this current administration under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for them, I mean, is doing well. I mean, if we're not doing well, they wouldn't vote for us. It shows that all the efforts we are making at revamping the economy is yielding results. And so we are so happy because we know now that greater prosperity has come for Edo people. We know that greater development has come for Edo people. So as a party, you cannot blame us for celebrating and rejoicing that at least there is an end to misrule. And now this is a new dawn for prosperity, for the greater good of Edo people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I know that you want to go continue the celebration elsewhere. So we understand that the governor-elect, of course, has gone to the palace. Yes. The Oba's palace, just to pay homage and pay respect to the Oba. Another thing that Edo people are expecting is, apart from the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, really, what do you think the governor-elect, Monday Okwevolo, will be given to these people?
Yes, you know the governor-elect is a complete grassrooter. This is somebody that has the milk of human kindness in him. He's been doing this. He's a philanthropist. He's been helping his people. He's been providing for their needs. Of course, I'm sure you are aware that for long he's been providing water, even for Edo people. You know, he will get tankers to supply water, and so on and so forth. Right now, what the governor-elect is planning for Edo people, number one, is to rebuild the decaying infrastructure in the city. If you go around the city of Benin, I mean, you will cry. You see pools of water everywhere and all that. These are some of the things that the governor wants to ameliorate. Of course, and also poverty alleviation is there, health, name it, education. It's even I just discussed with him now, and he was talking about education that is going to be one of the major priorities of his government. So we really mean business this time, and I can assure you, in the next 4 years when I come here, Edo people will not even, they won't even think of it to even say they want to vote, because there will be no need for it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So you could go ahead with the celebrations. So Abosede, you can imagine what the town will be like just from hearing from one of the party chieftains.
Indeed, Sarah, and thank you very much for that update you've brought to us from Benin City. Sarah Yeko, our senior correspondent there. Well, congratulatory messages are pouring in already for Monday Okpevolo, governor-elect of Edo State. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Monday Okpevolo, the All Progressives Congress candidate in Saturday's Edo State governorship election, on his victory at the polls. President Tinubu commends the APC national leaders, Edo State leaders, and party governors for working hard to achieve victory. He says the victory testifies to the people's support for the governing party, its progressive ideals, its economic re-engineering program, and its commitment to improving the lives of Nigerians. The president urged Senator Okpevolo not to gloat over his victory, but to see it as a challenging call to service. He encourages him to demonstrate magnanimity by reaching out to his political rivals and uniting the people of Edo State to ensure the state's development. President Tinubu also praised other candidates who participated in the election for their contributions to advancing Nigeria's democracy, saying peaceful political contests such as the one on Saturday portrayed Nigeria as a stable democracy. Also, the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Abdullahi Ganduji, has congratulated Senator Monday Okpevolo on his well-deserved victory at the Edo State governorship election. He said in a statement signed by his chief press secretary, Edwin Olofo, that triumph is a testament to the confidence the good people of Edo State have in the progressive vision and leadership of the President Bola Tinubu-led APC administration. He also said, quote, victory reflects the trust and hope placed in his leadership, as well as the hard work and resilience of other party members and supporters who ensured a free, fair, and peaceful election. End quote. Mr. Ganduji expressed confidence that with Senator Okpevolo's leadership, Edo State is poised to witness unprecedented growth, peace, and development that will transform the lives of its citizens. End quote. You're watching TVC News at 10. We'll take a moment and return with more stories. Please stay with us.
Ambition. My G, for our ambition, we go hard.
We go day night till we make it.
We go hard till we find that perfect beat.
The perfect beat, the one the world will put on repeat.
So we chase greatness in every moment, making every naira count.
We put out content after content till it's comment after comment. And with Glow by our side,
we have more to offer.
Because the MyG bundle comes with bonuses,
giving you way more data value and way more steez on IG, Snapchat, TikTok, WhatsApp, Glow TV, Audiomack, and Boomplay
in one fly package.
Dial *312# now and select MyG bundle.
Glow Unlimited.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to Journalists Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
Stay ahead with the biggest news stories. Go beyond the news headlines. Experience impactful investigations. Enjoy resourceful news coverage in real time. TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. Live every day on this channel. TVC News. First with breaking news.
Welcome back. Here is another look at our top stories. INEC declares APC's Monday Okpebholo winner of Edo governorship election with 291,667 votes. APC celebrates victory of Monday Okpebholo in Edo governorship election, promises to turn the state around. Police embark on show of force, assure residents of Edo State of post-election safety. Outside Nigeria, UN warns of catastrophe, asks Israel and Hezbollah to step back as both parties threaten to increase cross-border attacks. INEC has announced that Monday Okpebholo of the All Progressives Congress as winner of the Edo State governorship election. Our correspondent Uche Okoro is standing by with updates on the mood in Benin City following this announcement. Uche, bring us up to speed on what's happening there.
We're at the collation. I'm still at the collation center. We're trying to wrap up here. Of course, people are beginning to make their way out of the collation center right after the announcement of final results and the celebration that erupted here. A very brief celebration that erupted here by the APC agent and other supporters of the All Progressives Congress that had access into the hall. Now, right now, the collation center is gradually emptying out. People are rolling their cables, packing up their stuff. A lot of persons have left. The observers, party agents have all made their way out of this place. But the only group whose presence is still quite conspicuous are the security personnel. You still have a number of police officers who are here. They would maintain their watch in this premises until the last person makes his way out, and many of them would eventually leave, but many of them would also pass the night here because this building or this environment remains a vulnerable location as far as this election is concerned. So that's the situation here. The collation center is gradually emptying out. Media men, journalists are trying to make their way out, hit the road and feel the pulse of the people on the streets.
And before the final result was announced, Uche, we heard some protestation by some party agents there in the collation center. Were you able to have a word with them at the end of the collation exercise, and what was their reaction?
We had a conversation with the party agent of the People's Democratic Party. At every point in time where the PDP announced results came in, and it turned out that the PDP lost in that local government, the PDP agent was very quick to take the stand, to take the microphone and object to the results that were declared. We also had a conversation with him during the 3-hour recess that was announced by the commission. The party is saying that they will not accept this result. As far as the party is concerned, the people of Edo State, as they put it, speaking of that, the party agent speaking on behalf of the party here, the people of Edo State will not accept this result. And then when it was time, when it was time to begin to announce the final result, as at when the returning officer was now imputing the result into Form EC8A, the PDP agent took the microphone once again and called for the suspension of the announcement of final results. As far as he was concerned, what happened here did not reflect how Edo people voted on Saturday. So he's saying that INEC, as a matter of urgency, needs to suspend collation and not go ahead to announce the final result. But I know nobody was surprised when that request was turned down. And I think the PDP agent himself was also not surprised. But at the end of his request, he said, I just want to put this on the record that we're not accepting this, and we do not want the commission to go ahead and declare a result, declare a winner in this election. But the commission eventually did declare a winner, and that's the candidate of the All Progressives Congress declared winner of the Edo State governorship election.
And of course, security has been tight around there all day. You know, earlier you reported about the police, DSS, and other security agencies cordoning off the road leading up there, despite protests by some party agents. What does it look like out there? Do we still have that in place?
High presence of security personnel in place around this venue. We still have the outside on the adjoining road connecting to the INEC headquarters here. You have a lot of military trucks. You have a lot of trucks belonging to the DSS. You have a lot of trucks belonging to the police. There are armored personnel carriers. There is the water cannon truck, and there is a truck that also has barbed wires on standby to roll to cordon off areas and all of that. So there's a heavy deployment in this area. I think today, throughout the course of collation, the INEC headquarters could easily have passed for the most protected building in the entire Edo State. The security agencies were not leaving anything to chance. They were quite aware that the environment was very volatile. And even as I speak, in the collation center itself, the number of security personnel has diminished, no doubt. But outside on the streets, at the very start of the road leading to these premises, the deployment remains very high. The security deployment there is still at the maximum level. Nothing has changed because they still believe that a number of residents may want to vent their anger. A number of residents may not be satisfied with the result of the election, and in venting their dissatisfaction, may want to take out their frustration on the collation center and the few officials and other occupants who may still be in the building. People like us, right? So the police is still heavily showing presence in and around the INEC head office here in Benin City.
All right, Uche, it's been a long past few days for you. I hope that now that the final result has been announced and the winner declared, I hope you can get some good rest, get back to your base, safely, and then get some good rest and reunite with your family. Thank you very much, Uche, for that update for us. Well, we are still talking about the Edo elections now. Earlier, the police went round on a show of force to assure residents of Edo State of their safety after the election. Force Public Relations Officer Olumuyiwa Adejobi led the team of officers as they went round to assure residents of their safety.
The IGP has directed that we should have this. It's a normal thing that we'll have show of force. As we have in this place, we are having in some other cities again within the Edo State, so that people will know we're on ground and we can actually be at alert, so that if we have any situation that we need to manage, we're able to respond appropriately and professionally. We don't want any situation whereby people or hoodlums will take over our streets, we take over many places or strategic places within Benin City.
Force Public Relations Officer Olumuyiwa Adejobi there. Let's take another break. TVC News at 10 continues in a moment.
Every major news story is with Benin perspective and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Every weekday on Business Nigeria, we are every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News, first with breaking news.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amako Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Welcome to our hacker. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brand, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Thank you for staying with us on TVC News at 10. We're still continuing our coverage of the Edo State governorship election. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has rejected the results of the Edo governorship election announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission. In a statement by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, the party says it stands by the results of the election collated by its polling agents across the state and announced by the chairman of the Edo PDP National Campaign Council, Governor Ahmadu Fintiri. Governor Fintiri had earlier today presented those results, which had the PDP governorship candidate Asue Ighodalo in the lead. The results announced by INEC put Asue Ighodalo in second place with 247,274 votes, having lost to the APC candidate Mandi Okpevolo, who secured 291,667 votes. It's celebration mode in the camp of the All Progressives Congress, with Mandi Okpevolo announced by INEC as the winner of the Edo State governorship election. Earlier, member of the Senate, Adams Oshiomhole, reacted to the victory of Mandi Okpevolo. Also, President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, reacted to the success of Mandi Okpevolo, describing it as a turnaround time for Edo State.
Edo will receive a new transformation. By the grace of God, Edo is back again.
Everything and anything that God cannot do does not exist. And that is why well-known men and women boast of their power. Those with wisdom know that power resides only with God. And those who win it on the planet Earth are only the few that God has so anointed. And that is why when some people say election is a do or die, we say no. It's about choice, it's about celebration of the power of the other citizen to hire and fire people who otherwise can even cite death sentence.
The works of your hands be spared by God, and may you continue to go higher and higher. In Jesus' name. Amen. Well, you need to know that in the last election, the votes from my senatorial district alone was more than the votes of the 5 states of the Southeast joined together, despite the situation. So what has happened today is that yes, Cross River State is APC, now Edo is APC. Who knows? I want to tell you something, that the entire South will stand solidly behind the present administration, and it will reflect in our support even in 2027.
Let's look at other stories now. The greatest threat to an independent judiciary is politicians. Former lawmaker Sheikh Sani made this known at the National Association of Catholic Lawyers Conference in Lagos. It was also suggested that one way to protect members of the bench from external influence is for retired judges to handle sensitive cases such as election matters. Kemi Foladiemo has more.
The organizers say this conference is centered around transforming the Nigerian judiciary, which they say has been entangled over the years with red flags around its independence, attendance reputational queries, and massive erosion of confidence.
The way the system is skewed right now, it's almost impossible to get the best people on the bench because there's a lot of interference.
We're now at a point where you're wondering whether your opponent is the person beside you, your learned friend, or your opponent is the judge. And so that's the concept of independence of the judiciary that I think we need to address.
Politicians can destroy the army, politicians can destroy the police, and they are also destroying the judiciary. The greatest threat to the judiciary is politicians. They can go to every extent, every level, to make sure that you behave and act like them.
Among the recommendations proffered include the need for more commitment to integrate all Nigerians.
Now to other stories. President Bola Tinubu has directed security and law enforcement agencies to intensify efforts in cracking down on individuals involved in trafficking stolen vehicles. In a statement by Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, the President said Nigeria will continue to work with its international partners to ensure that organized crime groups involved in transnational car theft are deprived of the benefits of their activities. The President acknowledged the recent handover of 53 vehicles and $180,300 by the EFCC to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police on behalf of 2 Canadian citizens who were victims of cyber crimes by Nigerian nationals. President Tinubu also directed all relevant agencies, particularly the anti-corruption agencies, to protect Nigeria's economic and financial integrity from organized crime infiltration. The statement also reads, quote, Nigeria is not a destination for stolen vehicles and a haven for illicit wealth from foreign countries, end quote. The President says his administration remains committed to tackling money laundering, cybercrime, and other financial crimes. Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Sheikh Mohammed, says the cost of road crashes in terms of injuries and fatalities outweighs the total foreign assistance made available for Nigeria's road safety infrastructure development. He made the statement in Abuja at a stakeholders' engagement with the management of Transport Union and fleet operations in Nigeria. Celestine Iria reports.
This meeting aims to address current road safety challenges like carrying inflammable substances, night travel, overspeeding, overloading, and mixed loading of passengers and goods. In the last months, the Corps witnessed 3 crashes that was caused by negligence, fatigue, and dangerous driving. Despite measures taken by the FRSC through the Road Transport Safety Standardization Scheme, it seems much needs to be done. This led to this meeting to engage stakeholders on minimum safety standards through training and retraining of drivers.
What we are experiencing today is that the crashes are reducing gradually, but then the patches that we experience, used to come fatal, very fatal. Just 3 crashes, 91 people lost. That's why we're here, and thank God the critical stakeholders are here. All those that are, taking those passengers to destination are here, so we can be able to sit here together and, iron out how we can.
Safety is the most important tool
And that is the reason why we cannot play with it. And we thank God with the present leadership now, which we have for road safety. Actually, Mohammed, he has been trying all ways to see that he minimize the rate of accident of the trucks.
Chairman FCT chapter of the Association of Luxurious Bus Owners attributed a large percentage of road crashes to bad roads.
50% of the road accidents we experience today in Nigeria is as a result of bad roads. The roads are very, very bad. But by the time government can help in order to fix these roads, no matter how small, the potholes are everywhere, and the dangerous ones for that matter. And you know, Nigerians, everybody wants to meet up.
On 8 September in Niger State, a crash occurred that killed 48 persons. Another occurred on 12 September, where 18 persons died. Celestina Area, TVC News, Abuja.
Elsewhere, the recent weathercast presented by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency has cautioned some states to be on high alert for more rains that may cause flooding. Katsina State government says it is embarking on rigorous sensitization of the public, especially areas mentioned in the INEC report, to protect lives and properties. Abdulatif Yusuf has more.
A very disturbing scene and a possible humanitarian crisis, as families here still struggle to survive amidst threats of more rains. Almost every family is affected here, and more houses already have shown signs of collapse. She says, we have lost almost everything and exposed to the open. Whenever it rains in the night, we don't sleep, but wait to see what follows thereafter. We need urgent support from the government and the well-to-do. This is a community just at the outskirts of Katsina Metropolitan City, housing over 9,000 people. Although no life was lost to the incident, but it was reported that 2 people sustained serious injuries. It's a very critical moment to us. We witnessed a week-long rain showers, and due to lack of drainages, the entire village got flooded and houses started to collapse one after another. We are soliciting the attention of the authorities before things goes out of hand totally. The clouds are still looking dark and heavy with possible rains ahead. This is Natsinta village, just behind the Natsinta barracks in Katsina State. We have so far counted close to 250 houses that were submerged by the rains. The families are exposed to very difficult situation and are seeking for help from the government and the well-to-do to overcome the situation. The prediction of NIMET indicates that there will be more rains in the days to come, and people here are agitated, are in need of help from the people and the government. From Natsinta, Abdulatif Yusuf, TVC News, Katsina.
Still talking about the environment, in the annual flood outlook for 2024, the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency identified 148 local governments in 31 states as being at high risk of flooding. The outlook categorized 249 local governments in 35 states. The National Emergency Management Agency says it is taking proactive measures to mitigate the impact of the impending flood in the 2024 rainy season. Hawa Mohammed reports.
According to Daniel Obot, Director Disaster Risk Reduction of NEMA, who represented the Director General of NEMA, Zubaida Umar, the state government and SEMA have made significant efforts to provide early warnings and take necessary actions before, during and after the flood in the state.
Is to bring to the understanding of the good people of KB states on the impact of 2024 flooding in our country, that no state should relax from taking measures that will reduce the impact of flood in our dear country.
In mitigating the impact of the flood, the Kebbi State Deputy Governor, Umar Abubakar Tafida, highlighted the step the state government has taken to help in downscaling the impending flood threats in Bagudo, Ngaski, Yawe, Argungu, Suru, Kokopasi, Salba, Gwandu, Dandi, Birnin Kebbi, and Bunza local government area of Kebbi State as predicted by INEC.
Kebbi State government is committed to collaborating with NEMA to ensure effective flood management and disaster risk reduction. Our state emergency management agency and local authorities are required to facilitate your assessment and provide necessary support.
Kebbi State Emergency Agency Chairman Bello Yakubu pointed out that the state government and SEMA have established an early warning system to alert residents and plan to educate community members on flood mitigation strategies. With the support of NEMA and traditional rulers and major stakeholders in Kebbi State, NEMA assured that they will continue to work tirelessly to ensure the safety and well-being of residents.
The government has taken all that is needed to mitigate those affected by floods, not only floods, and some other disasters. So we are ready, and we have sensitized people. You have seen what happened today. The Director General of NEMA, they sensitize people. We call our traditional rulers, commissioners, local governments chairmen, and all other stakeholders.
Hawa Muhammad, TVC News Kebbi.
Talking education, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund has disbursed an interest-free loan of 280 million naira to 3,000 students of tertiary institutions in Nasarawa State. The loan, which was disbursed with the beneficiaries through a symbolic presentation of checks in Lafia, was facilitated by the Nasarawa State Human Capital Development Agency. Senior reporter Godwin Agwam has details.
The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELFund, was established by President Bola Tinubu's led administration to provide interest-free loans and make higher education accessible to all. The fund has so far received applications from 275,000 Nigerian students across the country, and this is currently being considered. In Nasarawa State, 12,000 students have indicated interest for the loan, but 3,000 of the applicants have been given approval, amounting to the tune of 280 million naira. It is for this reason that the managing director of NELFund is in Nasarawa State to present checks to institutions of the student beneficiaries.
President Tinubu's commitment to empowering the youth through education is evident, and we at NELFund are honored to be part of this transformative mission. His leadership continues to inspire us to work diligently towards a future where financial limitations do not hinder access to higher education.
The disbursement is facilitated by the Human Capital Development Agency of the state government.
This journey, championed by leaders like His Excellency the President, reflects an unwavering commitment to human capital development. By making education accessible and affordable through NELFund, we are not only creating access to classrooms, but creating pathways to prosperity for future generations.
The Nasarawa State Governor is impressed with the commitment of the federal government to ensure the timely and prompt disbursement of the funds to the students and wants the students to make use of the opportunity.
This is an insurance for the future, because any nation that neglects education is doomed. And I want to urge our children to take advantage of this loan scheme to make sure that they apply and they fulfill all the requirements, because the facility is there.
The application process to participate in the fund is still open, and it's expected that more students will take advantage of the opportunity to obtain tertiary education. Godwin Agwam, TVC News, Lafia.
Further stories. President Bola Tinubu, through the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has reassured Nigerians of his administration's commitment to achieving food sufficiency in the country. Miriam Daniels has more.
Back to Farm initiative is intended to ensure food sufficiency in the country. The state received 18,600 bags of 50 kg rice and 18,600 bags of NPK fertilizers. Each local government in Akwa Ibom State will receive 600 bags of each item. The President of the Senate says President Tinubu's administration is poised to make life better for Nigerians. He calls for the support of his administration's efforts.
And all these things are part of the constituency projects that we are handling here, and that is courtesy of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has given us the leverage to touch the lives of the less privileged and to touch the rural communities and grassroots. The message to them is just remain focused, avoid anti-societal behaviors, avoid drugs, particularly for the children who are getting scholarships on a yearly basis. It's an opportunity that many of us never had. So as we give you those opportunities, don't take those opportunities for granted. Study and know that, yes, indeed, the education is the bedrock to progress in the society.
45 beneficiaries of the Godswill Akpabio Foundation Scholarship receive a check of 500,000 naira. The beneficiaries of both projects express joy and promise judicious use of the resources.
I wish to reiterate my appreciation in the direction of our father and our mother, His Excellencies, the Senate President and his dear wife, for believing in the future of our nation through his huge and impactful investment in education. In reality, this has demonstrated their commitment to make this generation better than how it is presently.
This is an investment for better tomorrow, so that a child of a wine tapper can grow up, go to school, and have opportunity of being a senator.
This is the first of its kind for us to have this much of rice and fertilizers, so that we continue to have much food.
The president also promised that his administration remains unrelenting in fulfilling his campaign promises to Nigerians. Miriam Daniels, TVC News, Esienudum, Akwa Ibom State.
To health now. Fibroid Care Center is celebrating third anniversary of high-intensity focused ultrasound for fibroid treatment in Nigeria, with over 500 successful procedures in Nigeria. We have more in this next report.
This is an evening to celebrate vision meeting medical innovation. The choice of white for the party simply signifies that those here have conquered fibroid. High-intensity focused ultrasound is latest technology for treating uterine fibroids without open surgery.
Those of you who have done the treatment, we're excited because you are our own global ambassadors.
This evening, it's like a fulfillment for me.
That's how the MD started his speech. According to him, it took him 10 years of researching the HIFU procedure to eventually decide to introduce it to Nigeria.
So I got this company from China to be interested in helping us to bring this technology to Nigeria. And the good thing, the patient goes up that very day, So there is no time that we put the patient on the bed, and because some of the complications that come from fibroid surgery is not because of even the surgery, it's because of the time that you are going to be immobilized.
The smiles, the joy symbolize freedom from the burden that is every woman's fear, fibroid.
Naturally, it's a solution from every problem, and Apple has come and is a testimony for everyone.
The MD and his team speak more on the difference between HIFU and other surgeries.
A method where there is no chance of death, and this is what this offers.
It's ultrasound guided. The person is conscious. Even if there is a lot of heat, you'll be able to tell the doctor, oh, I can feel heat here.
But what's the duration for the procedure?
1 hour or so, and I was off the machine, but they will ask you to recover probably for another 2 hours.
I do hope that many more women can take advantage of this technology when it does spread out. It's here in Lagos, Abuja.
We've partnered for 3 years for our Project 111 Fibroid Initiative, which is our retail banking division, CSR. which sponsors women who suffer from fibroids for removal and for aftercare treatment.
Usually, women who take fibroid rarely wear white clothes, with the fear that they may be stained with their heavy flows associated with the growth. But guess what? Fibroid Care Center says this can be conquered just by calling or reaching out to them on their social media platforms.
And away from that, journalists have been advised to adhere strictly to the ethics, tenets, and core values of the profession for more impact and growth. This admonition was given during a program in Lagos to celebrate a veteran broadcast journalist, Jones Asen, tagged Citizen Jones' 50 unbroken years as a broadcaster in Nigeria. Senior reporter Olawakon has more.
Jones Hussein, a.k.a. Citizen Jones. Now
This voice and face have remained a delight to lovers of good journalism on radio and television in Nigeria for 5 decades. From the days of NTA, Radio Nigeria, Kubanji Direct on Radio Continental, to Journalist Hangout on TVC News, Citizen Jones, as he is fondly called, has traversed the length and breadth of broadcast journalism in the country for 50 years, with a high sense of professionalism and dedication. Here, a crop of veteran journalists, friends, admirers and family members gathered to celebrate this milestone attained by Citizen Jones. The host of the celebration says the dedication of Citizen Jones to journalism is worth commending.
The man Citizen Jones is not just a broadcaster, he's an institution. That's how we feel. He's someone who has a huge reservoir of intellection in the profession, and he has dedicated and devoted his time extensively to that cause.
Hussein's presence has not
Communication scholars and media managers describe him as a professional worthy of emulation.
Known for factual reporting, known for mentoring, comparable to global icons in broadcasting. I think that he has done well, not just for himself, but for our country.
Jones has shown us that in the practice of our profession, we must be committed to chasing knowledge. We must be committed to reinventing ourselves, constantly reinventing ourselves. And he has the right work ethics, for the profession.
Jones Hussein is a blessing to the broadcast industry because he's one of the few people that still maintains that pedigree, that level of professionalism, while still infusing it with a bit of comedy kind of thing. And he's a great influence for me as a broadcaster anyway.
There was a pre-launch of the book, Citizen Jones, Selected Prologues.
Citizen Jones, Selected Prologues is a 116-page condensation of deep wit, humor, intellectual curiosity, and probing sagacity, and ultimately unblemished intelligence.
The celebrator used the occasion to appeal to journalists to adhere to the ethics and tenets of the profession.
The now generation of broadcasters must listen to those who know. The BBCs of this world are still alive, and then the VOA is still there. So listen, new catchphrases, catchwords, and that's how you learn. When you open your flanks, you must be ready to learn new things, new tricks.
Family members describe him as a source of inspiration to them.
He's very, very intelligent. Till tomorrow, I still learn from him. When we are speaking English at home, I'm always very careful because when I mispronounce a word, you say, madam, no now, don't disgrace me. That word is this or that or that,
My father was rather strict, I would say so, but as he grew older, he became softer, the natural course of time. But he has been a loving father who
has tried to set us in the right path.
I wish him many more happy years. I mean, God should bless him with 30 more years if possible. And I'm most delighted that, this is happening in his lifetime. You know, most times we tend to give people their flowers when they die.
This celebration of Citizen Jones' 50 unbroken years as a broadcaster in Nigeria was organized by Enterprise TV to inspire young journalists.
Citizen Jones selected
Ola Awakon, TVC News, Lagos.
Celebrating the man, Citizen Jones is saying, giving him his flowers while he's very much with us. Outside Nigeria, Israel and Hezbollah have threatened to increase their cross-border attacks amid international appeals for them to step back from all-out war. Israel's military said about 150 rockets, missiles and other projectiles were fired at the territory overnight on Saturday and early on Sunday. Israel launched its own strikes on targets in southern Lebanon, which it said destroyed thousands of Hezbollah's rocket launchers. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel would take whatever action is necessary to restore security and return people safely to their homes along the Israel-Lebanon border. That's TVC News at 10. We thank you for watching. For more updates, please visit our website, www.tvcnews.tv. Join our online community. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NG. We are streaming live on YouTube at TVC News Nigeria, and we have plenty of updates on WhatsApp at TVC News Nigeria. From all of us here, do have a very productive week ahead. God bless Nigeria.
Join the excitement with Betano, the premier sports betting platform in Nigeria and proud official partner of Aston Villa. Enjoy our award-winning experience with fantastic betting options, cash out, and engaging missions. Discover even more exclusive features. Join now and receive a welcome bonus of up to 200,000 naira. Betano. The game starts now.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV station of the year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
You go show him?
The shoulder.
You go before?
Yeah.
Them bag there with them bread?
Yes, the bag there also.
Now they walk?
Yes. Would I get cage now? They can't see the lap anymore. Now they bread.
Really?
Sure.
Like we una bread this la public so. Una 2-3 years will work the same time.
I'll show you the example. So we did go. That only does so the Monday off. When they go so, when they go so. Until things don't grab. When I don't grab,
Not on the camera, so na come over.
You are tired. No, don't film this, please. Please.
Sex work, a choice no one should have to make. For the last 4 years, I have been filming women trapped in this desperate and dangerous world.
That are 666 manly. How long will it be for take una for lay down with them and then?
Then say 3 months.
It's been 4 years of disease, drugs, and death.
God, it's really piling up. It's really making a mountain in my head.
It's been 4 years of seeing things I wish I had never seen.
It's been the worst place I've ever been all my life. The worst place for me. We have sisters, we have mothers. These women can be our sisters.
My name is Tyson Conte. I am a filmmaker from the city of Makeni in Sierra Leone. Makeni is about 3 hours drive from the capital city, Freetown. Sex workers are people of the lowest class in society. You don't want to associate with them.
You tell me things.